Hello and welcome to the after action report of the B1.2 Chrysanthemum of the Imperial Diplomacy. Um, I am Cyclopropinon playing as Inuit. We also have Blue Doom playing as Ching and Tim playing as one of the members of the Portuguese. Um, Want to say something?
Hello. I would prefer to be known as Tim from Timor because that is where I started from.
Yes, there's Timor. So, what
This
was
was
your
my humble beginnings with 20 of my closest spectator friends.
Mhm. Yes. Tell us a bit about your strategies of the beginning.
Portugal, as you can tell, was not a normal country in this game. We basically had already about 12 players from A1J, and they played together. They absolutely hated the experience, and they thought it would be a great idea to play again together, but this time all of them controlling one power. And that's how B1.2C Portugal came into being, where every power was controlling one dot except the extra dots from the crown lands, which is Lisbon, Porto, and I believe Cabo Verde or Azores, one of those two. And these three were
Mhm.
the crown lands. So effectively, they had made like an entire constitution and such, and it was basically divided into these different regions. Each of them would have their own bureaucracy of governors, and then there's a consul above that, and it was absolutely as insane as you think it was. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
or fortunately for everybody, one of the players did not show up in time, and that player was originally assigned Timor. So instead of having that revert to the Crown Lands, what the players of B1.2C decided is, you know what, let the spectators have it. So there were about 10 spectators at the time, and we kept on growing. At the peak, we ended up with about 20 spectators, and it was basically 20 of the spectators controlling Timor, and literally everybody else was controlling one dot each. So any moves that are weird from Portugal or Timor, you now know why.
That's a great yeah explanation of what special Portugal we have. Do you now want to tell us about the openings of Timor? Like, what was your plan like at the beginning of the game for the fleet?
So since we were spectators, we weren't really going to affect the game that much. So effectively, a lot of our strategy was wait for the rest of Portugal to decide things, and then they told us that okay, yeah, we cannot do this. So I believe it was very early game. Portugal and Dutch had like a not a plan or deals per se because it fell apart quite quickly. It was some sort of tentative bargaining where they would give us some things in South America and we would let them start off with Flores. So, from a Timorian point of view, we were quite constrained on we cannot take Flores. So, our options were either Australia or Danny, and we went for the Danny dot because it was already pre-code. I believe like a lot
Mhm.
of the year one strategy in terms of Portugal was just not trying to aggravate anybody initially because we had heard rumors that there were a lot of people angry with us or annoyed with us or already planning to coalition us. We were trying to play it safe. Absolutely failed. So hi John, I believe John from Portugal has also joined.
Yeah, sorry if I'm disturbing or late.
Yes, we have two newcomers, John and Rampet. John is also part of Portugal, and Rampet is one of the heavenly angels of this game, which is very nice that we have you here. Um,
Thank you. Thank you.
One small thing that I would recommend you to do when watching the stream is to mute my screen sharing because it is echoing. Because Discord's stupid. Ranting and John, do you wanna tell us about your position in Portugal?
Yeah, gladly. I'm sure Tim has already touched upon how it divided, but I got landed Goa as my unit, and I suspect we're still in first spring, right?
This is the base map, yeah.
Yeah.
Which unit?
In India, Goa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the main plan was just to immediately ally England and go in on Mughals.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some tensions with the Dutch, I remember, with the fleet in southern India. They were not too happy about us taking Maldives year one, but we managed to convince them that that was a typical opening move. And already there, we started to see some friction with the Dutch alliance, or like Dutch relationship. Yeah.
I see, I see. How did the yeah? What was your talk with the Mughals?
It was good. It boiled down to me trying to get them to focus England, to put us in a better position against both Mughals and England, and it worked kinda, not really, but it's sad because the Mughal player were nice to talk to, so it sucked having to stab them every single turn in the beginning.
And I see, I see. What about Muscat?
Muscat was a bit of a gamble because they were promised Rustak. But I don't know if there were some coordination errors, but we ended up not getting anything from Muscat year one because we tried to sneak into to SAF year one, but they bounced us, so it was a bit of a gamble because they were kind of iffy if we could have Rustak in the long term or not. So we said just try to go in on them immediately, but it didn't work out.
So, pre-year one spring, I can give you a little bit more context. A lot of the focus of the game, I don't know if that is usual or not, but it was around colonials. Like the people that were playing England was King of Prussia, who is very well known, and I would say a quite aggressive player. And on the other hand, Congo was Salt, who everybody in the diplomacy community knows him as like the prime stabber. So because both of them like are very strong players, a lot of the early game, the first few years was centered around it. And on the colonial front, relations were like quite fine. I think England was pretty normal with most of them. Spain was pretty decent. Dutch, I think this will be a recurring theme, at least if you're hearing the Portugal view. But the Dutch had slightly weird point of views, and they were coming from different angles. Uh, France was absolutely missing for the first 1 or 2 days. We started the game with a lot of rumors of all the different colonials and regionals telling us that there's a Portugal coalition happening. Portugal will die immediately, which, to be fair, was warranted given 13-player game. But because France just immediately vanished, a lot of that attention went away. So even in West Africa, that entire like Thunderdome kind of subsided, and same for like South America and North America. From a Portuguese front, that was like the best thing that could happen. But essentially, like from a point of view where I think there was a slight chance that we would have killed one of the colonials, maybe Netherlands, and the rest of us all gone like to the very end or something. It became a dicey proposition from the very beginning. I think on the North America front, the three, I don't remember having much interactions, but I think early negotiations with you three were pretty good, right in it.
Um, yes. Very interesting. Since we have Blue Doom also here, how about you tell us something about Jin?
So Ching's starting position is a pretty messy position. I'm gonna mute you while I'm talking. Okay. Yeah. So Ching's starting position is a messy position because you have four neighbors. You have Ming often doesn't attack Qing, and I don't think there's a point in a war early in the game. Because the Hohot Zilli line is so hard to break. Even if Ming were to attack you, the other powers, the Japanese, the Russians, the Inuits, they will just cannibalize Qing before Ming gets anything from them.
Yes, can you
So
like
that's
speak
one.
directly into
The
the
other thing is
microphone?
Japan is your worst enemies. Qing, most Qings like to attack Russia early.
Mhm.
Now, personally, I didn't want to attack Russia because I think Russia and Qing are like Qing the Russian alliance more than the Ming alliance because Qing can attack through Ming and get more dots early. Whereas the Russian attack is a little slower. And, after the Siberian dots, the first Siberian dot, there's no one else to go for those islands. So I don't prefer going to. I don't prefer going to Russia, but I think in this game because Russia got coalition for like no reason, like every single power coalition for no reason, I was like, let me cash in on this.
Okay.
Now, press-wise, I actually like the Russian press and the Japanese press more than Ming's press or Inuit's press. Um, Ming basically goes to the time. And the Inuits, I think my problem with Cyclo is that every time I said something to Cyclo, it always felt like Cyclo was just nodding his head, giving any input, which made me think he might have considered stabbing me at some point. But I think after the first 2 years, the 1642 and 1643 moves, I was pretty sure Cyclo wasn't stabbing me. But I think for the entire of the first years, I wasn't sure about Cyclo. Now, Inuit has a nice attack. Or we say a nice attack, but it has an attack on Qing going through the Sea of Cuts, right? And you can either go, it's a 50-50 between Sahalian and Levant. Now, I don't think this is that good for Inuits. The reason being that your fleet ends up on land and you can't expand anywhere afterwards. Just take an extra dot, but what do you do with the extra army that you get? So I don't think the year one stab on Steam is a good move for Inuits, but I see that a lot of Inuits trying that in this 1.2 way for some reason. Personally, I would not do that. I think as Inuits, your best skill, and I think even Flair points this out, that even though you have an extra colony and you can expand, you need more to expand. All you really have to do is take the centers around your colony. That is, take Koyaks, take events, and maybe take Sahara. You don't really
Yes.
need more on this corridor. And I also think trying to expand in Asia as Inuits is pointless because unless you're somehow able to convince every single land power in Asia to turn on each other, uh, most sane land powers will not let you expand in Asia because those are their dots and you can easily stab them with your economy.
Blue Doom,
That's my
your
view of
voice
the
is
power.
cracking a little
So
bit. Like
I think as
your
Ching, my
volume
first
is
thing was, of course, make sure that Inuits doesn't go for the first attack year one.
Mhm.
On top of this, I have to make sure that Ming and Japan don't attack him. So I want to make sure
Mhm.
Ming and Japan don't allow it. Uh, Russia, on the other hand, I wasn't scared because when I started playing the game, every single one of his neighbors told me that he's suspicious. So I was pretty sure he was getting coalition like when I started the game. I was pretty lucky that way. Um, what would I have done? What are good opening moves? I mean, Ching moves are standard opening moves. Um, some of the post-mortem given by Sam implied that I was in a position where I could probably have gotten away with stabbing each one of my neighbors at the same time. And that would have allowed me to get the solo early, I think. Like, I could have had a better chance of a solo if I stabbed every single one of my neighbors instead of stabbing them one by one. I'm not sure
Mhm.
if that's the way, if that's a good way to play, but that's definitely a more aggressive way to make gains and make sure that you have your solo chances. It's riskier because I think what I did was basically divide and conquer, and I did like attacked Russia and Japan, and then stabbed Ming and India at the same time afterwards. But I think maybe just attacking everyone at once and someone getting away with it means you can hit through the southern China line much faster. That might be
Mhm.
something worth considering. Now, what's the powerful? What's strong about Xing is it's a central power. Okay, what's strong about Xing is it's a central power, which means your stab opportunities are a lot more like a central power. But it's also sort of a corner power in the sense that once you have every one of your neighbors, uh, your logistics to continue an attack on anyone else on the map is much worse, which means you kind of run into stalemates if you don't expand fast. For example,
Mhm.
in our game, I was too slow to attack China, which means by the time I entered the Ringpunpa and Chengdu region, uh, Mughals and Ayutthaya already had the Kunming Hanoi Bamo line, which is a stalemate line. And unless I convince one of them to stab the other, they're basically stalemating me or worse, right? And
Mhm.
uh, the reason this happens is because Qing is all. Look at the number of sea times that any Qing fleets need to go through to even deploy against Ayutthaya.
Yes, that's a
And
lot.
all armies would come from Chichihara or the Shenzhen, and that's at least 3 moves away from Kunming and Hanoi. So it's really hard to secure a position down south. And if you look similarly to the west, uh, near the Varkotiria and Pakistan border, it's
Mhm.
very easy for the suffragettes to just block you out there after some time, or whichever power controls the provinces around the Caspian Sea.
Mhm.
Essentially, you can always hold Turkestan, Bukhara, Cuba, and Uzgen. And I, I had a tough time breaking this simply because my deployment is so far away. Uh, I think Sin's weakness is that your deployment is so far away once you stab every single one of your neighbors. And I think that's the problem with this power, which is that you need to kind of stab all of your neighbors if you want to make it a BSCC, because if you don't stab all of your neighbors, where are you getting the other dots? Because now your logistics are much harder. Like as an example, if I continue working with Ming, I don't get the Ming dots, and I got at least 6 dots from Ming. So let's say I don't get the Ming dots, and I have to search how to get another 6 to 8 dots, and I stab Japan, Inuit, and Russia. Where am I getting it? Because one is Indonesia, but I'm competing with the fleet powers of the U.S. Western Coast. And I can't go to the
Mhm.
U.S. Western Coast either because they're probably a Death Star in the NTO by now. I can't go
Yes.
further west because Suffovitz probably blocked me there, which means I really need an ultimate stab on the southern Russian borders for me to even have a chance to go further west. I think this kind of describes the Qing problem. Right? So you stalemate very easily after stabbing all of your neighbors, which sort of means you need to stab every one of your neighbors to get to be a CC. And I think anyone who realizes this will kind of want to take you out, which is weird because I think your neighbors also don't want to attack you because if all of them gang up on you, it's like eight centers split by four, each get 2 centers, and they can immediately get stabbed. So it's kind of risky. But I think that's my take on the position.
Yes. I see. Thanks for the introduction for the Qing power. I'm gonna talk about the Inuit power. As you may have seen in my other video, I have played the Inuit before, but it was before the update, so that time the Inuit only had this part in North America, but this time this region got overhauled and Inuit gained a sort of colony, which made things far more interesting. So I had now actual foothold here. I had new expansion possibilities, like for example into Russia, into China, into Japan, or yeah, more in general, the North Pacific was more open to me than before. So about the opening. So the standard opening for Inuit in North America was just to talk with Ute to make sure that if Athapaska tries something stupid, that we both go on Athapaska and eliminate him. The thing was talking with Athapaska to make sure he doesn't do something stupid. And I think we managed to do it quite good, so we had a three-way regional alliance against the colonials here, which yeah, spoiler, worked well for quite a long time. Now with France, I actually had quite a good talk, and worked up pretty well. He took Anticosti and Pinachua. I took Nascapi. Like we split it like that, and yeah. Now, I want to talk about England, King of Prussia. I think I'll do that later. Let's talk about Asia first. So I had talk with Russia, Qing, and Tokugawa, which all were pretty interesting. I tried to keep my options everywhere open, so like I tried to be friendly, blah blah blah, the standard stuff. And I also talked a bit with Ming. So I was looking if Qing was gonna get eliminated immediately. If that happens, my natural like alliance partner would be like Ming. If that wouldn't be the case, the natural alliance partner would be Qing. Or Russia would also be an option. Tokugawa is like less of an option because the NPO is like already contested by me, Ute, and Spain. The person here is not really nice, and since Qing told me like, yeah, I don't like Japan that much, so yeah, I grew an interest in the idea of just working together with Qing to invade Tokugawa. Yeah. Okay. Now about the fun part. as you may have already taken aware, that England has been played by King of Prussia, who is actually quite well known. I have played against him in a previous Blitz game, and he is very good at this game. I mean, he has a lot of experience, so yeah. The natural stuff I would always say to any England, no matter who is playing them, is like, I want Bratalit, like that part of Greenland. I usually have like, I can't really contest it because the North Atlantic is usually ruled by the French and the English, but like, I can tell them I want it. And yeah, depending on the personality, it is, I don't know. This is the first time I've tried it, but I imagine it would not be that far off that England would just say, yeah, have it. You know? So, it was King of Prussia. I mean, it was worth a try. He said no. After he made that clear, I, dismissed it. But then, we had like some regional chat of all regionals, like anti-colonial vibes and this and that. And we were discussing stuff against England because he's like the most experienced and probably one of the best colonial players we had on the map. So we were seeing if we could coalition him early on. So while discussing, I did my part and took Bratalit as an excuse just to, fight England. Which may or may not have been a good choice. Now, we will see. Yeah, that's about it for my Inuit introduction, I think. Now, Rampets, what are your thoughts on it? How did you?
I've never played Inuit in a game before, but I have played Athabasca. And I ended up in a major death war with the Inuits in the game I played. So my opinion for like how those North American politics should go is that I really do not think that Athabascan Inuit should fight, because that just does not go anywhere in my experience.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I see. I mean, like, what was your overall, like, the start of the game as a Heavenly Angel?
Overall, start of the game was wonderful, very fun, chaotic as hell. There's a thing on moves that I really want to point out, but as for like the all of the press was so hard for me to follow, so I don't have many thoughts on press. But once we get to moves, I have a few interesting ones to point out.
What about logistics? Because, like, as we had said before, Portugal was not just one player, like in other games, but this time we had many players doing different stuff. How did you handle that?
Portugal was it was certainly a lot to handle for the GM team, because like I felt like every hour or so I would get a ping from one of the Portugal players. Hey Pez, can you pretty please pin this message, or can you make me a new channel? That they had a lot of bullshit going on. It was very entertaining, to say the least.
I see.
To chime in and comment on that, I think even before the game actually started, I think we managed to reach like a couple of thousand messages in the Portugal void Even
Yeah,
before
it was
Crest
wild. There was so much conversation, and to me, it looked like nothing was going anywhere in any of those
It
conversations.
really wasn't.
But as an outside observer,
Yeah.
and I'm sure as an inside participant, it felt exactly the same.
Angel, please pin this third edition of our Constitution, please.
I've had to pin like 5 different constitutions, and I don't know the difference between any of them.
Me neither.
One funny thing about Portugal was that because there was so much going on and it was so chaotic, I think like the first 2 or 3 days, looking at the numbers, and we had 3,000 messages in just Portugal word alone. Effectively, it became impossible for even the Portugal players to keep up, and the only ones who were actually keeping up with the game were the spectators of Portugal, which was Timor. So it was very funny when, like, about literally nobody had any idea what's going to happen or what is going on in this region. It was hilarious.
I see, I see. Very funny. Then I'd say we switch to the first moves map. Okay. The moves map. I'd say let's start with Inuit. Yeah, pretty standard. Okay. How do you call something standard when it's new? But like, what felt natural to me is just to walk the army to evens and put the fleet towards Koyaks. I was pressing with the other nations about Koyaks, especially Tokugawa, because I feared that Edo could get into the North Pacific and which I didn't want. So yeah. So this was that. I did not go into Okhotsk because, as Ching said earlier, it doesn't really make sense to go there as Inuit because, like, your fleet is pretty useless there. America, UK going towards the Aleuts. Nome is going towards the Niner. Yeah. Waktak is going to Salik. Qualuit to Gotthard and Jacques to Naskapi. Yeah. Pretty much standard moves. This bounce was quite interesting, but I think they arranged it. Which makes sense, yeah. And England, yeah, is going for Butterlit. Which, yeah, I don't like, but I'm taking this as an excuse to fight a war with them, so yeah. Pascal
My
did.
understanding that bounce was not arranged between England and France. I might be misremembering things, but I don't think that was an arranged one.
Okay. I mean, it kind of looks like an arranged one because it is like in the normal diplomacy game where Austria-Hungary and Russia bounce in Galicia. It kind of looks similar for me, but yeah. The fleet in Port Royal is now pretty useless, to be honest. The Athabasca opening in the west is pretty standard. Go to Tuchona and Chilcotin. In the east, was unexpected.
There were so many misorders and illegal orders in this first year. It's wild. Because that move from Tsutina to Winnipeg is That doesn't do anything. Those
Yes.
do not blur.
Because actually, Ojibwe, no, Ojikre is like also this part. And yeah, so what he could have done is like go to Ojikre. Like the standard move I have seen Athapashka do is like this one go to Mischief P and Tutina go to Ojikre. Have 2 units on Cree. Like, what is that? Well,
To be
yeah.
honest, looking at the
So
map, it does look very much like they are bordering. Like, I think it's just a problem of how the lakes are shown in the map. But if I had to like guess without actually knowing the province or using one of the bot features that tells me all the provinces adjacent units, I think I could see why I would put Winnipeg instead of Ojikri as like the adjacency there.
yes, so it does make sense the misordering, but yeah, it's still a misordering. What else do we have? Let's talk about Portugal.
Yeah, what up? Yeah. Where do you want to start?
Wherever
Let's
you want to
start
start.
with the Dutch deal that we had for South America and India and Indonesia. So effectively, I believe this was a deal that was started like right at year one. I think it was before the spring itself, or it might have been during spring. The Dutch basically said, I do not care about South America. You can have my dots there. Instead, I want Indonesia. I want to consolidate in India. And for Portugal, that's like the best thing you can offer. If you look at South America, it's just so much potential for Portugal to grow, and like the Dutch are right in the way. They just wanted to. They basically told us that okay, you can have. I will go for my initial year one dots. After that, I am hauling out. I am going straight to Africa, and I want support into Africa. So a lot of our initial moves in basically Southeast Asia and India were kind of on that premise that maybe we will work with the Dutch. So let's not antagonize them. Let's work in such a way that we get dots that are like consistent with them.
Yeah,
John, please go ahead.
I think that deal basically ended up not lasting more than a year, basically, because I think we interpreted some Dutch movements going into South Africa as hostile, and internally we were very unsure on the deal in general. Um, Otherwise, South America was pretty good, but that deal never really fulfilled itself. There were some talks with the regionals. We had good comms with Mapuche for a long while, I remember, and Guarani, the new regional. I think there were some early stabs from us and from them.
Mhm.
In Africa,
South
I
America,
know
I can give a bit of.
what.
I was saying South America, I can give a bit of early context. Guarani was it's the new regional, and after we have seen other games in B1 and B1, I believe it was also there in B1.2. Uh, we know that it is on the slightly underpowered side. The player who was playing Guarani was also quite new. So every deal that we had, he was a bit too demanding. South America quickly became a Thunderdome in that respect, where Guarani was trying to go against Portugal with Aymara and then trying to go against Aymara with Portugal. And I think like the things he was demanding were a bit too harsh. And from all the calculations people had done, effectively one or two out of the South American powers would not go like double. Guarani really did not want to be that person. So a lot of the first year, maybe even the second year of South America, will be people working against each other, trying not to be the one with the fewer builds. And yeah,
I see.
Yeah, in general, South America played up pretty well. East Africa, I know, was a bit more troublesome because the Ajuran player, he wanted to try a new strat or the like, and so we basically said that we would be down to split Africa between us, and we repeatedly warned him about Salt and not to trust Salt and the Congo player, and to instead try to snipe or weaken some of the French holdings in Madagascar. But he insisted that he's trying a new strat and he needs to go south for the new strat. He can't tell us anything about the new strat, but we just need to trust him about the new strat. That's
I will tell you about this new strat that while he had done all of that, his nickname and everything in the server was basically something like Somali Pirate. So I will let you take a wild guess on what that new strat could be.
yeah, but we will see that it didn't end up too well for him. And India was basically decided exact move orders before orders even opened up. We knew what we want to do. We want to bounce him in Hybridad spring, and we want to take Maldives, and then England bounces Mughals in Hybridad, and we take that middle province in India. And that was basically the year one opening. Yeah, the Muscat play also we see here. We didn't go for Rustak immediately because we didn't really get good vibes from Saf. We were really hopeful about Muscat in the beginning, maybe going +3 or something, or in the like. But yeah, it was a mistake to not go for Rustak immediately.
I mean,
One thing
the
about
Safavid fleet going to Persian Gulf is also a very interesting opening.
Yeah. We didn't really see that coming. We thought because I think they were fine with us going that extra sea route to Rustak, but we didn't expect the army to go south too. And we realized then that Saf would focus Muscat immediately. So that's kind of the reasoning
because,
why.
One of the standard moves would be so what feels natural is the fleet going to Rustak and the army going to Kashm. So you can use both to secure a center.
Yeah, which obviously isn't too good for us, but
yeah.
From a press point of view, Safavid and Ottoman were kind of starting to get buddy, and Safavid was also a player that was not known to most of Portugal. I believe I was literally the only one who had any idea about him. So some of the press from him seemed kind of off right about this time, and based on how Ottoman and Safavid were absolutely going to work together till the end of the game type deals, it was a bit too dicey for our Muscat and India region. We were not having a good time based on just the press. I think one of the goals was obviously to go after Russia, and obviously going down towards Ajuran was the other thing people were considering at this point of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Safavid player in this game is one of the bot devs for Imperial Diplomacy, but had not played a game before this. This is their first game. So any non-standard plays can be attributed in a large part to that.
really, this is his first game.
Yeah, I know. I was surprised too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because he played really good. He played real good. So kudos to him.
He also did a really good job of keeping that under wraps so that nobody figured it out.
Yeah. Shout out.
Yeah.
Also, if I could bring our attention to the beauty that is the Swedish opening.
Yes.
Oh, it's
Oh, that
that's
is
rough.
interesting.
That's rough. Only one out of the 4 moves are legal.
Yeah.
That's
They
crazy.
do this and then immediately sub out. Which, yeah, this was a rough opening for an already rough power.
Yes, like this is like barely not connected.
Yeah.
This one is like only connected by land, but not by sea. So because he has a fleet, it doesn't work. This is also like barely not connected.
Yeah, if I remember
And
correctly,
this
this
one,
player,
which looks illegal, is actually legal.
it's beautiful.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, this player got their orders in like minutes before the deadline. I'm certain they were rushing. Ugh.
I
No,
see, I see.
that is one way of many to kneecap Sweden early in the game. It's rough.
Yeah, I remember one day I also had to rush, and I also did a terrible mistake typing during a stab. Yeah, it did not go very well for the stab, but we will see that later. Any else we want to talk about during the move phase? Oh, okay. Let's continue. Here we have the second move phase. So, okay, let's start here. Evens and Invix, yeah, just stayed in their place. As told, I went into Koyaks. Standard move. I went into Aleuts. I went into the Niner, which was very interesting. I really did not expect that. Because last time I played Inuit, I got bounced out of the Niner. And since Ute was like a North Equatorial Current, I also expected to get bounced out of Aleuts. I mean, I half expected it. But like, still, I was pleasantly surprised. I got into Salik, got Harp, Naskapi, I stayed there, and yeah, pretty fine. What is that support? From where is it coming? From fucking Hainan. Yeah, the meme stuff already started. Yeah. Portugal, wanna talk about it?
The meme stuff or fall moves?
Yeah, these supports are obviously illegal.
Yeah. Yeah. Would you imagine it? We had our first constitutional crisis after spring, if you would believe it. If you would believe it,
After
there were
spring,
chaos.
not before it.
Yeah, not okay. Yeah, they were arguing half the during spring. We had to decide which of the constitution we drafted we would be using, and then kind of redrafting it by a poll, and then started using it by fall. And immediately we were trying to subvert the constitution.
Was it this year or later that Fire had me make a coup channel so that he could stage a coup secretly from other Portugal members?
It would be after this fall, because it was this fall that we kind of cooed him.
Y'all are crazy.
I think we'll take moves first. Maybe. Because we impeached Fire the last 30 minutes, but we can take, I don't know, non-relevant moves first.
I think
Yes.
move-wise, I was paying attention to Southeast Asia, and pretty much everything was agreed. We wanted to keep Mapuche happy because South America wanted to keep Mapuche happy, so we were happy to let him into South Australia. Not that we had a way to stop it. We went into Dani, it was free code. We had already agreed with Netherlands that they will take Flores. I think Netherlands already had agreed with Ayutthaya that to split the Borneo island like this. Pretty much everybody knew what everyone else was doing. So from our point of view, it was fairly standard. Not optimal for all of them. I would say both Portugal and Dutch are kind of not in great spots. Uh, Portugal.
I see. John, want to talk about the other moves?
Yeah, for sure. India, as I mentioned, was already kind of predetermined the way we're going to fall out.
Yes.
And the Mughals even knew they weren't getting Hybrida this year. So it was kind of surprising that England got into Hybrida. So already here we can see England getting a more advantaged position than us. Because they were kind of promising us Hybrida, but now they got in. That could be a play from the Mughals. I don't know.
Yes, I mean,
yeah.
it kind of would make sense if Mughals were at war with England to they would probably know that they would not get into Hybrida anyways. Like, he might have even expected an English support of you into Hybrida. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Wise, India was in the weird spot where Portugal and Mughal were always planning to kick out England. England and Portugal was always planning to kick out Mughal, and I believe England and Mughal were also planning to go against Portugal. It was a three-way standoff in India, and I think this year we just saw Portugal and England work together against the Mughals. But I see there are two of these units that are right next to English. Raja, is it Masiliputam? Essentially, Mughals are trying to just encircle the English, and I think they did tell us about this kind of in very late.
Yeah, we also see Macau getting as far as Macau will ever get. that is, we will not mention Macau more, unfortunately. And East Africa still develops, but here we can see already trouble with Ajoran focusing Zanzibar over capturing some neutral supply centers in Madagascar, for example. So East Africa is already kind of getting boxed in over here, which kind of sucks.
Yes. I mean, the announcement of Ajuran to, yeah, I'm gonna go south, just trust me, is indeed kind of suspicious.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Yeah, well, there weren't much we could do regardless, I feel.
Yeah.
Because we were kind of pals with France, so the plan was that year one we just try to grow as much as possible, and then maybe we swing around if Ajoran wants to self-nerf themselves.
See, I see.
I think Africa has one of the few weird moves in this this phase, which is Muscat. That unit kind of set the theme for the rest of that region. Where instead of taking a stack, I believe we tried to snipe. Could you just scroll there?
Yeah. This was
And
basically the gamble we played, trying to take that center instead of taking the safe row stack.
Yeah.
it was basically out of us not knowing the Safavid player and not knowing that whether we could trust their word or not. And like later press showed that yeah, he was a fairly reliable person. That one little distrust meant that we are not taking Rastak, and it would like basically solidify Safavid and Ottomans quite a lot in this region.
Yep. Yeah. Let's see. What about in Europe? I haven't talked about Europe.
Yeah, we can get to Europe. So I don't remember how it started, but Firebender, who were our first consul, decided that we need to stab Spain. Actually, was this year or was it this? Yeah, it was the first year. Holy shit!
The stab on Spain, entire thing was Portugal somewhere.
Tim,
in
your
the line.
microphone is.
Hi, is this better?
A bit.
Is this better?
Try, yeah, but
So with Spain, there's one thing to be said in this negotiations, which is Tangiers. Somewhere in year one, I think Spain offered us Tangiers, and there was some other set of moves. And then I assume Spain realized that giving Portugal Tangiers was a terrible idea, and he tried to renegotiate. But we were very pissed, and Firebender especially was very annoyed. He was the consul, he was the head of Portugal. Some, that is roughly when we were very much, should we attack Spain? Should we attack Spain in 2 years? Should we not attack Spain? And we had this entire discussion about stabbing Spain already before fall started.
I see.
yeah.
I see.
So there was a bunch of internal discussions about stabbing Spain or not. Firebender was on the stab Spain way, and some fraudulent use of the constitution was used basically to force some moves in. I think we also spammed the bot a bit, and we barely got out orders with a 30-minute extensions. But I can't really understate the chaos that happened. Like just a year in, there were immense chaos. Like there were several people typing in chat.
Just imagine the orders channel basically being like your regular fish channel in any of the servers. You were getting orders every 2 or 3 seconds, and you were getting them for the exact same 3 units. It was chaos, and I am surprised that the map looks normal after that set of moves.
What was your plan with Iberian Current?
I don't remember. I think it was like, where would it otherwise go?
Yeah, but like, why does it hold now?
Oh, yeah, that was part of the deal. It was planned to go back into Spain, but due to the time constraints, I think someone spammed Iberian Current hold, and it kind of broke the bot a bit. So it just became like that.
Lol.
It is during this phase that the bot also crashed right before adjudication happened. There was like a 1 hour or 20 minutes of waiting while the bot was brought up again. And like the only people who could have brought up the bot at that point of time were the Safavid's player, Bumble, who's not playing this game, and me. I believe I was offline or asleep, so people were basically waiting for the bot to be brought up, back up before we can have the adjudication itself.
I see. I see.
Yeah, I feel like now would be a good time to point out there were so many partial NMRs from Portugal this game that me and Damien, the GM, just allowed to slide because if if you're gonna play with 16 players, how do you not get all your orders in? That it's baffling. There are 16 of you, and they're still missing orders. It's it's crazy.
The simple answer to that, or simple and simple, like, it's if you're playing alone, then you are directly in control and in charge of all your units. But in this game, you had one unit, you put in the order, and then you closed Discord basically. That's what a lot of people did. They logged in once in 2 days to just put in an order, and they didn't care if the rest of the orders got put in.
Beautiful.
And we reformed the internal structures later on, but that's a thing that will plague this game throughout.
Yeah, generally, I assume any Portuguese hold orders are just NMRs.
Yeah. It didn't help that everyone entered orders the last 15 minutes before deadline, basically.
Yeah. I think we can continue the next map, right?
Yep.
This is the builds map. So as you can see on the leaderboard, many countries doubled. Also, many didn't. The colonials went pretty good. Me and Poland, both starting with 7, we doubled. Ottomans also almost doubled. Many here doubled. The worst were Russia.
Yeah, if we can go back to moves to see how this happened to Russia, it's sad to look at.
Okay, so we have the moves. In Spitzbergen, they get 1 dot. Why did that army stay in Novgorod?
Lord knows. But bam, bounced out of Bakhchisarai. Bam, knocked out of Kabardia. Bam, bounced out of Khiva. Bam, bounced out of Turkestan. Bam, bounced out of Karakum. And they get into Yakutsk. This is
brutal.
brutal. Cruel.
Yeah. Wait. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 countries immediately took hostile actions against him. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. A lot of the early game voids for Russia's neighbors were all, wow, I do not enjoy pressing with Russia. Because Russia was being very demanding early in the game, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And got a coalition very quickly and very effectively against them. And it just kneecapped their entire game.
Yeah, I mean, you're still playing against humans, so I think you should do some sweet talking to the people to please them. But yeah.
Yeah, the Russia player had a very set game plan this game because they're a big Russia player. They play Russia in just about every game they play. So they have a very good strategy to win. However, you need people to agree to that strategy or else this happens.
Yes.
I think this is
Something
also
similar.
kind of a running theme of this game, where there were a lot of inexperienced or casual players in this game. But there were also people who were playing for literally their lives. It was a kind of a weird mix. They're like Russia on one hand and Azuran on the other, and to some extent, I would say even Guarani, like picked enough people in their regional vicinity of where others would immediately like either gang up on them and or just immediately decide okay they're not reliable, and of course there's Portugal with all the chaos. There were a lot of weird chaotic parts in this game, so there will be suboptimal moves and there would be people who are irrationally hated.
Yes. I also had two other countries getting only 2 dots to gain. One of them is Tokugawa. Like he also got bounced out of Amami and Okinawa. From what I have heard is that Amami is because Qing talked Ming into an anti-Tokugawa alliance. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
this
was the
is
other country?
an awful, awful start for because Japan really needs to grow fast in the beginning, or else they never get off the ground. So getting
Yes.
both Amami and Okinawa sniped is another just really quick game over here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Other country.
Could you enlighten me, Bess? How did other countries react to our democratic experiment?
To Portugal?
Yeah.
I don't think you'll be surprised, but quite a few people were unhappy with the concept, to say the least.
Shocker.
King of Prussia, I believe one of the first messages in King of Prussia's Void was, "I need to get Portugal out of here," or something to that
Yeah.
extent.
Yeah.
I'm certain Salt was also annoyed by the Portugal shenanigans.
Hmm.
I can't remember exactly who the anti-Portugal people were, but there were a lot of them.
Mm. Yep.
I mean, later in the game, I also had to work with you guys. It was so slow and so fucking annoying. I mean, the concept was pretty good, and I liked the idea, but Jesus Christ, you guys take ages to reply. And oftentimes no one replies. Yeah.
That's also the problem
That's also
with like, oh, I'm not specifically getting pinged. Not my problem. I don't need to do this. Surely someone else would do it.
Yeah.
I think that's what I was also going to say, that it isn't the fact that we were multiple players in an alliance that was a problem, because even something like, I don't know, chaos diplomacy has that. Is that our roles were too discrete. So once something was handed off and it was under the governor, literally nobody else was backing them up. So you were playing with 13 players of 13 different countries who were not ever overlapping with each other. Sometimes the info about like, okay, in this continent, Dutch are being helpful, they are being nice to us. That was not necessarily being shared with the other continents. They were gearing up for war with the Dutch. So it isn't necessarily the entire concept that is the problem, but our execution was it was. It left things to be desired.
I see, I see. Then I'd say let's go to builds. Since I doubled, I got to build everywhere. Because of England, I decided to build in Equaluit. And because of the new changes to Greenland, I actually wanted to try convoying an army over there. So I built 2 armies. Yeah. I think 1 army and 1 fleet would have also worked, but yeah. Most other builds, I think, were fleets. Yeah. Except these 2 armies, I only built fleets everywhere. And oh, wait, how did he get in here? Yeah, for some reason, Armada is in the North Pacific, which is unusual, but yeah, interesting.
From early discussions, Aymara really wanted to do something, and eventually, after a lot of negotiations and back and forth, where they were trying to get an anti-Aymara alliance, anti-Guarani alliance, I assume they would also have an anti-Portugal alliance. Aymara just said fuck it and decided that okay, he will have Pacific ambitions. He went towards South Pacific and then I think North Pacific. I don't know if he had any concrete plans yet, but he was just like, I can't do this with my dot. I can't go south without messing off the Mapuche. Might as well go to the high seas.
Mm-hmm. I see. What builds did Portugal got?
So here we
John, do
see
you want to
the
take this?
the Spain stab, the double army in Spain. Definitely wasn't
Yeah.
planned with Spain. So yeah, this is this. It's either this or it was the previous where we Fire basically forced this through. And I liked Fire. I supported him. No one else kind of did. But yeah, 2 armies in Spain, specifically meant to stab Spain next year. Which looking at the map would be possible because they built 2 fleets. But still, there was a lot of different opinions, and there was some like IRL crash outs over that. I remember too. It got nasty in Portugal Void. Not nasty, but things were still civil. But people definitely had a crash out.
I can imagine.
So this was again
you
one
speak-
of those phases. Yeah, this was again one of those phases where we basically had another constitutional crisis. So this is a second one, and Fire basically forced this through, and it was not clear from the constitutions or rules and all that they had written up whether this was allowed or not. So he just really wanted to guarantee the war with Spain, and he got them. He was so confident that Spain was itself gearing up for a stab against us. And yeah, that stab never happened. So we have a pretty good position on Spain now.
Yeah. From what I've heard is, I'm not sure if it's true or not, but King of Prussia, as of England, he talked to like both Portugal and Spain and told that the other one is going to stab him. And did that play a role in your decision making?
Yes, I think so. I think there was a lot of fear mongering too, because it became a thing where some people still wanted to stab Spain, kind of regardless. So using that kind of, oh, Spain already knows this, now we have to stab him, which was an interesting play. I don't know if there was some soft leak of press from Fire to force that through. It would be interesting if he did that. But yeah, it became very much a political thing, which was interesting to watch.
This, some of the players didn't know till the end of the game, but there were like 4 or 5 channels that were private, not Portugal England channels, but one of the players of Portugal subcon had a private channel with England. It was interesting that there were a lot of dynamics that we didn't even know about till literally the game end. But Portugal as a whole became a bit of an echo chamber where no matter what was said, we were constantly being hyped over little things. And so, like, we were worried about Spain. And in the next 2 or 3 hours, we were sure that Spain knew that we were attacking him. And then the next 3 or 4 hours, we were sure that Spain was attacking us and we needed to strike back. So it kept on escalating in interesting ways. And yeah, King of Prussia absolutely did a lot of these shenanigans. I believe I had reports from like Mughal and Ayutthaya who were on pretty okay relations about how King of Prussia would try to convince the other that there's a stab coming. And that happened for like pretty much 3 or 4 years in a row.
Also, usually when Portugal tries to stab Spain, usually they want to have France on board. Did you talk with them?
Yeah, we did. Yep. He was not against it, but either it was like a last minute change from him. No, it wasn't a last minute change for him, but he was like he was positive to the stab, but still on defense. So I don't know if he tried to bait us into stabbing first and then see how things developed. But we did soft count on France's help in the stab.
I mean, from what I've heard on France is that Ottomans and Poland talked France into stabbing Austria, like taking him out of, I think, Freiburg. And yeah, this led to that because Poland and Ottomans did not stab her. Austria's only focusing on France, so France had a problem, to say the least. Yeah.
I think also in
What
Europe,
else have we got?
the Dutch have a weird situation now where both them and England have built 2 fleets.
Yes.
I believe both of them are absolutely gearing up for war against the other completely by now.
Yeah. I think it's like that, yeah. Stuff happening. About the other builds, like this army in Arguin. Like, how did you make the builds?
How we decided on builds?
Yes.
So the governmental structure was everyone had their supply center, and if they captured more supply centers, then they would control that supply center. Each region then, because we divided Portugal into separate regions, had to elect a what was it? A commander
Governor?
governor. Yeah, a governor. Yeah, we elected a governor, and that governor then got handed out builds from the council, and then the governor basically gave a build, and then the mayor decided on what to build.
I see.
So incredibly
Effectively-
decentralized, no coordination.
Effectively, Firebender is saying that West Africa gets one build, and that West Africa governor is saying, we need to put it in Arguin and not Cabo Verde. And then the Arguin player is deciding whether or not we should have an army. So it caused a lot of strife, not just in year 1, but later on. But even then, which regions were getting shafted for that one extra build so that we can go to war at Spain. It was a lot.
I
Here's a
see. I
question I
see.
have, which is what really dictated the way the governors decided things? As in, like, why did some governors veto certain bills in certain places? I would think that all the 13 governors would try to think of Portugal as a unit and see what's best for their unit, right?
You would think that.
Yes, and
Indeed.
why is it that it didn't work that way?
There were some
Because of
people
the
who were
people.
more focused with the democracy, or quote unquote democracy, and how the council governed and the general governance of Portugal, and they basically prioritized bills or polls that would shape Portugal in their own view, which in turn just led to more instability.
I mean, I don't know. Like, democracy is still meant for the better of your nation. You would think that you would still sacrifice bills somewhere, even if it's like to shape the view. It's something I
You would think, but there was a lot of lobbying. I remember I tried to lobby super hard for India early on. Like, we need the builds. Please give us the builds.
Two crucial points here that worked in against what you would describe. One, the voting system we had was directly proportionate to the number of dots you controlled. If you
Okay.
got builds, you would get dots, and now for the next election for whoever the leader of Portugal is, you would have 3 votes instead of 1 or 2. At the same time, because whatever you are capturing, you get to keep it. Players were very incentivized to be as greedy as possible and like try to take dots rather than think of the overall Portugal.
That's I don't know, man. That just convinces me that the Hydra is just a terrible experience overall.
Why did Muscat get a build?
I think thanks to my amazing lobbying, and I think that was also people wanted to still give Muscat a chance. They saw the potential because we were pretty friends with Ottomans, and the Ottomans was saying that they would support us into Mara and to kick out Ajoran. And so in our mind, it was an investment that could later net us 3 supply centers.
I do
So
know. I mean,
it was a gamble.
basically, doesn't it make sense for your Persian units to head towards India instead of heading south towards Ajuran?
That's true. That's also true. It was like a flex unit. It could go south, it could go north, it could go east, basically.
I see.
Because if it didn't build, then we would just give up on Muscat.
Okay.
Because it would got pushed out. But there was still potential. Because like the alternative would be build in Kushin or like southern India, which limited potential.
Between picking, or how was your diplomacy between the Safavids and the Mughals?
They were good.
Because surely you would you say that you saw the Safavids as an ally, or did you think you could push both against Safavids and Mughals?
I feel like from our perspective, we try to have friendly relations with Saf, but we were under the assumption that Saf was also just pretending to have friendly relationship. In our eyes, the ability to work together died when we tried to snipe Bandar Babas from them.
Okay.
So yeah. And Mughals, we were still trying to convince them to be pals. Saying like, yeah, you just focus England and we will attack England with you. Which worked for this year, but then they stopped trusting us, basically.
So interestingly enough, I was always thinking of that Qing coalition, I think on year sorry, not Qing, Ming coalition on year 2. I think I even spoke to Milky about possibly coalitioning Ming. But both my mothers came up to me and were like, "Oh, you attack Ming first, and then we'll join later."
Yeah.
And that kind of made me think attacking Ming wasn't a great idea. Now, I'm not sure if something could have worked out over there if both of us attacked Ming, because so I think it's possible. It would have been possible for us to have a working relationship, but with that whole democracy thing, I don't know if anything would have worked out. That's like one thing. And the other thing would, of course, be that Mughals and IU have more armies over there. Do you think there was any of course, the hindsight, but do you think there was any possibility of working things out in 1643 if we had attacked Ming there?
I was part of the Far East where Macau, Milky from Macau was our governor and also mayor of Macau. So I was paying close attention to this. I was still a spectator. We were still
Okay.
controlling Timor with 20 of us. And there was absolutely no chance that we would actually completely join you in the Ming War. That is because Milky had a very specific goal. She just wanted this entire region to be a thunderdome that fights each other. Like you trying to get us to fight Ming was great, but us fighting Ming is also bad for us because they are very incentivized to just drive off the entire coast of China. So we really wanted like people to fight each other and always have tense relationships. There was never any point in Milky committing resources into actually packing more things in China or us allocating more builds when builds were in such a heavy premium or such.
Right, that makes sense. That makes sense. Um, because like yeah, I was searching for a like naval power in Southeast Asia. So I think you would have seen, for example, I think towards the end where the Dutch convoyed my army into South America. I was kind of hoping that I would find a naval power ally like that. Inuit was supposed to be my naval power ally, but I kind of stabbed him, so that didn't work out. But I mean, it's good to know that I guess I made the right judgment call over there and just not attacking Ming the first year.
I think like there was like a very small chance we would have worked together, but it was not that likely. Like
Yeah,
our interest, like this region, there is nothing of value for us yet because we are being pinched in all quarters because of other regions' constraints.
right.
From a
Makes
Timor
sense.
perspective, we were very frustrated because we really wanted to attack Dutch. We couldn't. We wouldn't have minded going after Mapuche, but they were reliable and they were kind of like our best partner in South America.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So like Thing was just slightly too far that it was not going to work out. If it was like Ayutthaya who had asked us to like coalition any of the other powers, we would have been absolutely game for it.
Right, makes sense. Ayutthaya, it's a shame that Ayutthaya didn't work with you guys a lot because he could have worked with you guys on Mughals. He could have worked with you guys on the Dutch. He did fight a death war with the Dutch, but he just didn't grow enough to really get anywhere.
My
Oh,
read of
we
the Ayutthaya player, because I had been talking to them a lot, that they
Uh,
were kind of a very content player. They were not really that intent on like growing aggressively and winning. Once they
that's
had like
yeah,
gotten a
both
deal with
Ayutthaya
any
and
power,
Mughals.
they were very hesitant to try and break it. Like even with the Mughals, they got an early deal of like non-aggression, and I don't think they broke it.
Right. Makes
Sorry, I cut
sense.
somebody
All,
off.
all right. While we were talking about all of that, two new people joined. One is Benny from Poland and Dustin for France. Yeah. You want to talk a bit?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I see we've already gone through year 1. Pretty simple double on Poland's side. Poland is a really interesting power, especially with this very unique European setup of a very weak Russia and a weaker than normal Sweden.
Yes. Mm.
Should I?
What were you like?
Yeah, what else? How much more do you want me to say? In the Carib, the same thing. Simple double. As well as in West Africa. Pretty normal neutral relations with everyone at the start. Main expansion path would probably be Europe at the start.
I see. Yeah. Yeah. Raven.
Okay. Yeah. Well, same thing for me, except the North Americas, because I heavily overexpanded there and simply gave the Pesca the option to just coalition with me with the Uta. And
Yes.
I talked with Poland, so we could ensure in West Africa and that no points could be taken from each other. Yeah, but rather except that's basic standard.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, and I take Cape Coa.
What about you and Austria?
It's actually the thing is, I was told by Ottomans that he's going to go after Austria, so I thought it would be a great idea to bounce Austria out of Freiburg, which wasn't a great idea because Otto's immediately DMZ'd everything there and never attacked them until the mid of the game, where I was already dead in Europe. So yeah, I didn't see it coming that Poland would immediately go after Russia and Russia would immediately collapse. And then I didn't have anyone to contest Austria.
I see. I see.
Please, Franz, enlighten me. Did we talk to you about stabbing Spain this coming year?
No, not at all.
Interesting. I see.
No, FMA was just, I thought it was a good idea because I could take Rome and ensure cause and so on, but oh well.
Truly the inner machinations of the political apparatus. Right, I just wanted to ask that.
Okay. Is there anything else to say, or do we go to that? We go to the next map. Okay. Here we have the moves. It's I stopped talking about my moves. Yeah, I talked with Ching about anti-Russia, so we did that. Events go to Sakha. That just goes to work. I could force myself in Utsk. Where I gonna core it, so I have a building spot in the North Pacific axis. So going towards Pacific. Yeah. Just scoring. Salik is scoring. Nome, I think, is also North Pacific. That bounce Yukon was actually arranged with Athabasca because, from the history of other games, Inuit-Athabasca relations are very complicated and quite rough. So, yeah, we arranged this bounce and did it for a few years. I was scoring Naskapi, setting up my fleets. Actually,
Was it on
this
purpose
bounce
that you support held the coring unit?
I mean, unless
Was that on
France was gonna
purpose,
stab
the
me,
support hold on the coring
there
unit?
was. Yes, I know. This was more like I have nothing to do with that army there.
I mean,
Yeah.
march it into the province down below so that if France stabs, you have a devastating attack.
Also, you could
thing
have
is-
supported Kaktak in just to ensure that it gets where you want it.
Also
That's
that.
true, but I think I forgot about that. The thing is, I was
Fair
talking to
enough.
France and Athabasca, like, yeah, I'm gonna stab Athabasca with you, or I'm gonna stab France with you soon, but I'm gonna deal with England, so I'm not gonna fight with any of you right now, but I will join your fight soon, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So, that's the matter between that. I've noticed that John, you that John,
Yeah, sorry, could you repeat the question? You cut out.
here C.
Yeah.
Future.
Oh, no, I don't think that was planned at all. That kind of also killed our ambitions because I don't remember if that was planned to go up into the Philippines. But that bounce was very unfortunate because that really limited our expansion routes in the future. And also the Dutch coring just above Timor is also really bad for us. I remember that being a big deal. In general, because we also tried with Macau and Hainan to go into Philippines, but the Ute bounced really killed all momentum. Generally, the Far East didn't get off at all, and yeah, which kind of sucks for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Our goals were effectively, if we are going after Spain, we might as well go after them in all the regions. On the Far East side, we knew that there were not a lot of dots for us if everybody survived, but if like the three Philippines dots were dead, then there would be a big chunk of the pie for like I don't know Ayutthaya or the Dutch or whatever. So we were hopeful that we could still work with the Dutch. Might as well go after Spain. But the Dutch were not very keen. They really did not want to attack Spain, and they decided to just score on Flores without telling us. So yeah, like the Dutch plans are kind of falling apart already, even though like neither us nor the Dutch really want to go against each other yet.
I see.
Okay, so I join in on the war against Russia. At the moment, not officially. I claim Kiev to Voronezh as some sort of elaborate move to fight against the Ottomans. It's obviously a bold-faced lie, but he kinda has to believe me a bit at the moment because, well, he is completely out of allies. On the western side, you can see me stab the Dutch for Bremen and then later on also Kiel in the fall. She was a little bit mad about that which I can understand. Nobody likes getting attacked. But one thing that helped me a lot there was I was completely honest about I will just stab you for Bremen here, but otherwise I'm fine with you. Which actually led to her later on being very chill with me, and later on we actually could repair this relationship. Sometimes it can be beneficial to not lie to your enemies, but say, hey, I'm fighting you for this small thing, but apart from that, we can be allies again. In the colonial theaters, not many interesting things happen. I just position myself to possibly gain a few more neutral dots. Moving into Gabba to possibly gain something from this brewing Portuguese-English feud by either getting supported into Niani or Mali, whoever was offering, Coring under Karu to in the future be able to put 2 whole units down in that theater. My idea was I would just constantly put units down till eventually I would be so OP in that theater that I could take the dots to retroactively justify that overinvestment. I wanted to do the same thing in the Caribbean, but in the fall we'll see it doesn't exactly go that way.
I see, I see. What?
Maybe then I continue. Yeah, nothing really interesting in the southern part of the world, but you can see that there is already war with Austria, and that's going to be the case for the rest of the time. And you can see how Poland just doesn't care about Austria, and Austria doesn't care about Austria. Yeah, Austria doesn't care about Poland, and yeah, Otto stabbed me and never talked to me really after that.
Yeah, sadly, I was involved with the Ottomans in that very strong alliance. Ottomans included Austria in that alliance, so from the very start you were facing a strong coalition of those two powers in Europe, and if I would have gotten to your borders, I would have joined in as well. Unlucky. It happens.
Yeah, the Ottomans was a very interesting player because this is roughly the time that now that Portugal knows that we are going to hard commit to Spain, we need to not be the only ones fighting Spain. We try and put an anti-Spain coalition, and it mostly fails. But the Ottomans join us. So the moves in spring, I'm not the happiest with them. I think we lost a few 50-50s, but we are making progress. The Ottomans are helping go after Tangier, and generally, like, Spain is on the back foot, at least for now.
Can you tell me why you didn't even ask me whether I want to join in on Spain? Because I always only talked about Africa.
Nobody thought of it.
Okay.
I swear, I'm pretty sure that is the only reason because I was probably the player, quote unquote, player who was following around the most press. I don't remember any discussions about working with France against Spain. I think like either there were no discussions or it was around the time when you became inactive again for like half a day or something. Had like periods of inactivity for a few days in the middle.
I think there was a kind of like a general, like a in my mind, the game soured a bit after the like Firebender Constitution crisis. And that could just be me, but yeah, unfortunately the game took a turn that I didn't really want it to. So I think I took that year off, which kind of sucked because I think a player got elected, but he had to leave kind of immediately due to health problems. So then he put me in charge, and I didn't really take charge. I did reform the constitution, though. I will say that. And the reformed constitution then got overturned when people realized that I changed it. So I accomplished something in theory. In theory, I did something.
Portugal
How many
shenanigans will not.
constitution is it?
Brother, lost track. Like we made channels like for voting, we made channels for keeping track, we made channels for discussion, we made we made channels for everything.
There was a channel for constitutional amendments for the Supreme Court or constitutional discussion. There was a constitutional voting, and let's just say things were still absolutely a mess. I think like Portugal is currently on like at this point the third constitution as of this spring, and generally things are just absolutely chaos and mayhem. And Timor has like kind of like the bright shining spark in the sky where people have not stopped playing for Timor. So there were like two or three of us who were still actively paying attention. And I had kind of stepped up and started doing like high level summaries of like the entire world for Portugal and for Timor specifically. So kind of like I was trying to nudge. I think Subcon was one of the main persons around this time or into like being more active or taking certain decisions because we already had like all the information in one place. It didn't work out.
Yeah. The only channel that they're gonna use was the foreign policy channel. It was created and then never used. Ironic.
I see. I see. Okay.
Yeah, I think like a France Portugal alliance would have really worked out against Spain here, except for the fact that Portugal was a mess, and I think like people just didn't trust France as such. Like it is one thing where like a player is like actively plotting and working with you, which King of Prussia is always doing, even though we did not trust him at all. And we are waiting for NRs when they will get online, and we will discuss all of our regions one by one with them. It felt like it happened like two or three times with France over the course of the game.
I see. I see. So anything else we need to talk about in this phase, or should we switch to fall?
I mean, you can touch on the fiasco that I caused in India. I think this was this year.
I guess I never explained my moves, although my moves are self-explanatory. So I arranged bounces with Toku and Sing, mostly so that they can trust me.
Who?
Because I didn't want to see them. I wanted to see that the stab was coming. At least the Toku's case. I actually wanted to make a deal with Inuit not to go full west into Russia and keep them around. But I think Inuit just went into Russia without telling me. So I was like, it's fine. At that point, I was like, sure. Like, sure, I'll just move into armored, I guess. The Krasnoyarsk bound, oh yeah, the Karakorum support is because Ming was like, okay, these are the dots that you're going to expand into. And I think the Ming player was too defensive, so he basically was like, I'll let you go at Russia so they won't attack me. And then both of us can attack Toko. So he just existed and didn't really do anything. It was a very odd setup, I would say. But like Highland Power Armor is a fine move. And Livix holding, yeah, I probably should have moved Livix somewhere. I was not aware I could have moved Livix exactly. I know a couple of experienced players. I don't know that. What would you dot if it?
Okay.
I think we can look at Hyderabad now because that is the one move that will work against this alliance for a while.
Bruh, it killed the alliance. What are you talking? There's no working against. It's dead. It was dead. Alright. If anyone watches this, my fault, my bad. But the map I got sent from Kingdom of Prussia, I think was a tiny bit unclear. But it's my fault. I take it upon myself. It's kind of funny though.
That was such a
Um,
like that was so move that I think I didn't
Blue Dome, we
So what
cannot
exactly
hear
were
you
you
properly.
thinking while doing these moves?
I don't know, man. I did what I said. I logged in the last 15 minutes before orders, and then I entered orders. Look at it. It was a case of I didn't read, I just looked, and I didn't think.
were saying something.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't think about his orders. I just looked at a map he sent, and I was like, okay, this is what he wants me to do. I will not question it.
This is also the year when the coordination problems really start appearing because it is after that 1 year of absolute mayhem of like the last 1 hour of everybody spamming orders. People are exhausted. Barely anybody looked beyond their borders. So it's not just that John put a weird order to just tap Hyderabad, it's that nobody else was really paying attention to that region or the negotiations that were happening in India with King of Prussia that people didn't bother double checking it. So, yeah, it was a genuine mistake. It was not an intentional stab of any form.
I mean, in one part, like I wasn't even though I was the governor, I wasn't even in charge of Diplo because I remember the leader. Either was it Fire or whomever usually took charge of talking to Kingdom of Prussia because yeah, we had other fronts, but that included India. So like I wasn't even that involved with talking to him about India specifically. So misorders, miscommunication, and yeah. But it's
Also on
funny.
the screen, you can already see that this is how our Muscat colony dies, where Safavid really wants Rastak now, obviously,
Yeah.
and Safavid and Ottomans are offering us Mehra instead of Rastak, and we ended up accepting it. Except I strongly suspect that Ottomans leaked our orders to the Abyss to the Ajuran player because we cannot get into Mara anymore. So we are going to lose Rastak to Safavids. We will not be getting Mara, and those two fleets are kind of very stuck.
I see, I see.
We just look at the Ajuran as a whole. I want to see if everybody is coalitioning them now.
Why did Ajuran even attack you guys? I didn't understand the vision.
He opened with, "I got this new play. Let me cook. It will work." And
Oh,
yeah, it will work. He's like, "Trust me, guys. I got this new crazy idea. Let me cook."
didn't he think that Abby would just stab him because every single unit went south?
I don't know, man.
No. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Yeah, it
He's
was
got this.
basically let him cook, and then who let this guy cook? So East
From a
Africa,
political
like
and
they were kind of stuck. They
Like
couldn't
I
really
saw
evolve.
Ajuran's like first year, and I was like, in my voice I was like, "Chat, he's dead. He's not surviving the next year."
Yeah.
Uh,
from a Portugal point of view, Ajuran was very annoying for us because we really did not want to focus north when we were playing right next to Congo and we didn't fully trust France. But we literally had no option when he's coming after us. So we tried to get a coalition going. We tried to get Congo to attack him. We tried to get Abyssinia to attack him. Abyssinia and Ottoman had a kind of understanding. So they joined in with the implicit expectation that the Ottomans will not really mess with Ajuran, and then we would help the Ottomans on like the Spanish front. So yeah, ended up basically coalitioning him after a lot of painful moments of the diplomacy.
Speaking of the Ottomans, would you guys ever recommend an Ottoman Poland Austria Safavid hug box? That sounded so ridiculous to me, but what was the vision there? I know the Ottoman team is not here, but Benny, can you give any insights into that?
Yes. Well, the original vision on my part was that, a Polish Ottoman alliance works really well for Poland because it's one big massive front you don't need to worry about. And the Ottoman player was very agreeable to me, and, I trusted him, and for good reason. He made Safavid join this block because, like in my very first Imperial Diplomacy game, I also had a very good experience playing as Safavids with allying the Ottomans, because that direct border between those two countries is somewhat hard to get through, and you don't gain that much immediately. Ultimately, you need to choose a few people to ally with, a few people to fight. And because we wanted to coalition the Russians with as many people as possible anyway, made sense to include the Safavids in there. The long-term plan was more along the lines of, I'm Poland, I have colonies, I can always get via CC. Ottomans can invade into the Mediterranean and into Africa. Safavids can invade north and into India and into China. So in theory, we could all have gotten to via CC. The addition of Austria into it made sense from Ottoman perspective to help ease their fighting against Spain and France, and it would have been a little bit more difficult to drag those to VSCC as well, but those could more easily have been stabbed, and to make us three get into
It's weird because in that alliance setup, I don't see how Ottomans is making VSCC.
The
You need
Ottomans
to
would
push
make gains. The problem is this Ottoman player was somewhat slow on his expansion after the initial extremely good year, which made the Ottomans look weak enough that eventually other things happened. I don't want to spoil it directly. But I think that can work. But the way that works for Ottomans is they need to kill Abyssinia, they need to kill Spain, and they need to expand their empire southwards really, really fast and really strong. Otherwise, of course, you're just stuck between two people who would eventually just split you down the middle.
like I guess the way it would make sense. I don't know. Maybe a Russia Poland, a Russia Ottoman Safavid triple might work for the Ottoman.
No, Russia
think
doesn't work.
work?
We can't add Russia into that. Russia is where we all three grow. Russia is our shared enemy.
No, oh no. I'm just saying. I'm just thinking from the perspective of the Ottoman. Like, because in the alliance setup that work here, adding Poland to it means that Safavid's kind of stabbed him, and because he didn't expand into Europe, and I feel like the Ottomans could have got something by expanding into Europe, which he never did.
Yes, but you will later see, especially the Ottomans can completely demilitarize the European borders. And all of those units are doing something else. Especially, I can't speak that much to the Safavid Polish thing as how much that worked out, but you will see this Polish-Ottoman border become completely demilitarized. And meanwhile, those
Right.
units are doing something productive and gaining on other fronts. You can fight on every single
Right.
front you have, but I feel like it is way more productive to choose a few fronts where you push with overwhelming numbers and have those other fronts covered by a strong alliance. If that works out in terms of, who those other people are on the map, of course.
And I guess another thing that I don't know if this was asked before, but uh, specifically for you, Benny, but before this game, did you think of playing for a solo? And what do you think would have been? Do you think you'd have had a different approach playing for a solo at the beginning versus setting something up for a VSCP impunity thing?
I was setting out to win this and not just get a nice result, but to actually win this. Yes, not necessarily a solo. I my the way I would have soloed this game is by simply outpacing my allies and then maybe do a final last year step for a few Northern Ottoman dots to bring me over the line. I didn't really have a preference whether that win would be with other people or just a solo, but with
I see.
these very strong players we had in this match, it was a little bit stupid. We had kind of a disparity of some very, very good players and some more beginner players. For example, the very first Sweden guy we had. I mean that's absolutely
Yeah.
fine, but it makes it a little bit unbalanced. Once I realized that we did have this imbalance, I already kind of made up my mind that it would have to be some sort of impunity because the game would ultimately end up so unbalanced that some people would also grow massively.
Okay, yeah, that's a good call. That's a good catch. That is just accepting impunity right then and there because it definitely didn't. I definitely didn't have that idea when it happened, when that Swedish thing happened. Like, probably it's a good idea of knowing whether the game can be soloed or you're forced into impunity right in year two. Um, I I wasn't sure. I didn't really think about soloing until much later in the game. I guess spoilers, but maybe being cognizant of what could possibly happen, like what you did, would be safer and better. I don't know. What about you guys, Portugal? Inuit? Uh, did you like approach the game from an impunity perspective or a solo perspective? I guess Portugal cannot really approach it from either perspective, considering the circumstances. Um,
I
but what
don't
about
think
you?
winning was ever on our minds. Maybe
Uh-huh.
for France and Inuit it was, but we were just here to have a time. Not even a good time or a long time.
Fair enough.
It was like even first year in, it was very much playing to survive kind of deal. It was rough because like I just looked at India and then I think at the end of each year I looked at the other regions like guys, it's going worse and worse. We're not winning on any front. What's happening? Hello? So it was very much a thing of we're playing to survive a lot of the time. But I mean, we still played to win. We still like fought in every region as best as we could. But uh, we didn't really think about how we're gonna win the game. It was more short-term goals, you know.
What about you, Cyclo?
Um, yeah, so my initial thing was I was here to have a fun time. No? If I would have grown a lot, I would have considered an impunity. I, but especially after I've seen like who was also playing there, like Salt and the King of Prussia. And solo is like almost impossible. Especially since we also have the new players like as Benny said. So I was mostly here then for a fun time, as you can maybe later see on my meme stuff.
It's
Yeah.
both.
All right, time for
Right.
the next fall. I want to scream at Portugal.
What do you
Where
mean?
to start?
Oh. How about we start down in West Africa? Oh,
Before you
never mind.
scream,
Sorry,
I
I
take no responsibility.
Oh no, sorry. This is 1 year too 1 year too early. My bad.
Yeah, no, this is not the phase you're looking for. I really like
This is not the
this.
face I'm looking for. Spoilers, anyone? Well, I can still talk about it a little bit. This is the phase that the King of Prussia first got annoyed with me, and also in press asked me if I thought he was born yesterday. His idea is he wants to take Ualata and at first wanted to have a bounce in Mali, so nobody could slip in. And I thought to myself, well, how about I do absolutely support you into Mali if you walk out of Ouagadougou, the other province. That is not my issue. He did walk out, but he moved one behind. But that was the first time that he became a little bit annoyed at me. On the other side, I mean, what else should I have done? Like, come on, I had to do it. In the Caribbean, I do my first and probably worst blunder of the whole thing. And in my defense against my King of Prussia, this is also partially because King of Prussia gave Spain good moves to do here. I asked France to tap Caribbean Sea so that Caribbean Sea couldn't support a move Caracas to New Courland, and therefore my move New Courland, supported by Gulf of Paria to Caracas, would succeed. Sounds awesome, right? And thank you very much to France for doing that. The problem was France told that to England. England got that, and so went to Spain. The move that Spain now needs to do is support Caribbean Sea into New Courland. Which ends up, I get Caracas, but lose New Courland. I lose any ability to build new units in the Caribbean for the next 2 years, and am now very much on the back foot. Not a great start for my attempts at potentially winning this whole game. Thankfully, I do have other theaters, namely Europe. And yeah. First of all, Russia. Yeah, sorry, Russia is dying. I'm fully, completely working with the Ottomans. I'm also getting supported by Sweden into Kiel against the Dutch to eradicate their presence there. And I'm moving my fleets into Gulf of Riga and the Baltic Sea to ostensibly, fight against the Russians. The Baltic Sea is to go to the Sound and then to Lübeck and then to Kiel to fight the Dutch. 100%. I don't know why anyone would think I would be planning any other thing. I mean, look, Riga is supporting Pskov into Novgorod. What a shame that one didn't work. I wonder who told Russia to support Old Novgorod. Yeah. Thankfully, I have Europe at least. But I think this is actually my worst year. Worst year or second worst year. I only go +2, I think. Actually, I maybe go +3. Yeah, +3. So the next one after that is a little bit worse.
All right.
On the press front, we were suspecting a lot of leakages this year. I believe like England was trying to convince us to go after Poland in West Africa basically for like 2, 3 years in a row right now. And Ottomans, they were being helpful to us. Not exactly, they were kind of being suspicious. And like I believe they have what is the Ottoman move here? Amba? Could you just scroll up? Ottomans do support us into Chamba, but they were suggesting some suspicious looking moves to us immediately afterwards. So we were not happy with the Spanish War, and we were basically feeling like we are losing ground here, even though we are gaining dots. Just is not a position that I found fun.
Which is ironic because this is probably the peak Portugal right here. But yeah, there was a lot of discontent, but the understanding inside Portugal that we've committed, we gotta commit, and we can patch up things later, basically.
What happened with the Dutch in South America?
America
Um,
continues to be a Thunderdome. I believe like Guarani turned on us and Aymara at the same time, and us turned against Aymara. Aymara went after the Spanish, and the Dutch supported us. I mean, these are very normal alliances. John, do you remember the negotiations with the Dutch at this point?
If you're Guarani here, do you think you've bitten more than you can chew?
yes. Yeah.
Like,
Guarani had bitten off more than he could chew around year one itself. He was the expansionist type of player who would not take no for an answer. So there were certain times, and I believe like he was basically asking us to give up like to pick one whatever that province is, so that he wouldn't go -1, and it just did not make sense compared to just a regular stab on him.
I mean, I'm just looking at the tactics here. He's attacking Aymara and Portugal while dying to Mapuche. What did he think was gonna happen?
Yeah.
He did not
Very little
expect the
foresight.
Mapuche to attack him. Therefore, he thought, you know what, I can win dots from my two enemies to the north and the east. Why not?
Huh. Sad.
I believe
Just
we
sad.
had an
Really
alliance
sad.
that created by Guarani during this phase that was called the Anti-Aymara Alliance. And he invited basically literally everybody in South America except Aymara, as if that wouldn't leak, and said, let us all coordinate to attack Aymara. With no further details. Every single power said, okay, 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 yes. And then we all went after Guarani soon after.
Sounds like what Russia did with us, and we went after Russia instead.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Actually, that's so true. But yeah, in general in South America, we are working with the Dutch and kicking out Aymara to our benefit, which is pretty good. The Dutch. This is also where the Dutch deal with them evacuating South America and focusing on Congo falls apart because they don't leave. We see them basically not leaving, picking a French supply center too. And I think as the South Atlantic bounce was, I don't think that was planned actually. I think it was spontaneous. I'm not sure.
It was not
Oh, yes.
planned at
That
all
one was
because
not
the
planned.
Dutch
That
were
one
was
fighting
pure
the
accident.
entire time.
Yeah. And
Talking
yeah,
about
I
the
think.
Dutch,
Sorry.
I was gonna ask, why did relations break down between? So actually, no. Were you and the Dutch still cool at this point in the game?
At this
And
point, can you hover over to India?
Yeah, no,
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 at this
no,
point,
no.
we're no longer cool with the Dutch.
Here's the thing.
but they
Here's the thing.
supported you in
No, no,
South
no, no,
America.
no. I
Yeah.
will argue against what John said, because here's the thing. King of Prussia convinced our Indian representative, I believe John was not the governor, someone else was. King of Prussia literally convinced us that yes, you can support me into skill. That stab on Dutch. The entire out of the three Indian delegates, two of them were convinced that this is not a Dutch stab. They tried to make sure that everybody in Portugal knew we are not stabbing the Dutch. This is not a stab. We are just supporting. We are not the ones taking the dot. So we have one region of the entire Portugal Dutch alliance or whatnot where we are stabbing them, and three others where in South America we are still working with them. And could you hover over to Timor and Flores? Yeah, we are not letting them core right next to Timor, and the spectators were still in complete charge at that point. And we just said, screw it, if we are stabbing them in India, we might as well make sure that they don't core Flores. We'll just stab them and try and convince them that yeah, this was not a aggressive move, we are just being defensive. Spoilers, it does not work out.
It's weird because I had a lot of friends
Credit
with the
where
Dutch.
it's due, the Dutch was also a kind of player. Credit where it's due, the Dutch was also the kind of player who was good at compartmentalizing. So she was always game for like fighting in one region and attacking in the other. That somehow salvaged our relationships. It would have been absolute ruin for at least Portugal and Dutch both.
It's weird because like I had a lot of conversations with the Dutch where she kept telling me it would make sense for me to work at Portugal because for some reason they keep being shady with me and I can't trust them and they keep saying something and doing something else. Uh, and it baffled me because of all the colonial alliances, I would assume that the Portugal-Dutch alliance is the most natural alliance to make in the first few years. You have Congo and South America to collaborate on, for starters. So it seemed really weird, like just over Indonesia to fight a huge war across the map. That didn't make sense to me.
The idea
There were
was
two
with helping
factors.
England in Ceylon was like we fucked up with attacking or tapping England in Hyperdan, and I don't think it was. Like they said, okay, but we can be cool if you let me in Ceylon because I'm gonna stab the Dutch. So the idea was that we're just helping England to patch this up. We won't stab them anywhere else, and the Dutch will then be busy with an England stab, and they will be not happy with it, but accept it and hopefully move on and hopefully keep working together. In hindsight, probably not a good idea, but that was the general philosophy behind it.
I see. And I just have one more question. I think
Sure.
sometime around either this year or the next, the Ottoman player makes a huge post in the regionals chat talking about how he got all the colonials to stab each other and he was a major player in convincing them to attack each other. How much of this is true?
Fake
In the
news.
contemporary
Absolutely fake news.
Absolutely nothing.
Brother, what? Hello?
Tried to convince Ottomans to join our war against Spain. He had no influence in that being his plan.
Yeah.
Ottomans was not relevant for all of this chaos. It was all self-inflicted between King of Prussianness, between Dutch his unique style of talking, between France being relatively lesser activity levels than the rest, and the absolute mayhem of Portugal. There was nothing that any of the rest of the world needed to do to cause this mayhem.
Um, my impression of the Dutch is that people just, uh, I guess she's a little pushy and she wants certain things. She might be a little aggressive with how she demands certain things, but I think she's, for the most part, honest or look for honesty in deals in general. Just from my press with her. Um, I'm not sure how it went
I would
down between her and
agree.
the other colonials because it seemed fairly easy for me to trust what she was telling me. So,
No, I absolutely agree that she was a straight shooter. It's that the shots that she was shooting, they were not landing with us. From our perspective, relationship in Indonesia fell apart because every single phase we had was a renegotiation of relations between Dutch and us because of somewhere else in the world. She decided to give us South America and then she said, you know what, I will stay. Explained it
Oh,
afterwards that this is because there is no path to attacking the Congo, and their Aymara and like Guarani have been like absolute mayhem. Therefore, we should probably keep in South America. But from our perspective, we had given her Flores in return for like getting something out of South America, and we were not getting it. Like on our part, the deals kept getting worse and worse, and we did not have a spokesperson who could basically talk with her well enough because she had a unique style of press. And basically, like, I tried talking to her and absolutely guaranteed a war. Then somebody else had to step in. I think it was GameCube from South America, and he smoothened it out to basically be not war, but war in the Far East and like Indonesia. So
I
we
see.
literally had GameCube as our resident Dutch whisperer because there was a unique challenge in how to talk with her, and there was a very unique challenge in how to talk with Portugal. So it was absolutely like a problematic relationship from a press perspective, even though from like the actual dots and moves, we could have very much worked with each other.
Right. And yeah, I mean, I think the Congo thing didn't work because Ajuran attacked you. And it sounds like unless you could stop Ajuran from attacking you in Africa, there was just no way you could. Because not only did he have to deal with Ajuran, but he had to deal with Guarani too. Because I feel like if there's a way to build your
Exactly.
press such that you and Dutch can stick on the Congo attack, you can avoid warring each other for a couple more years.
That's
Like
basically it.
that's just my thoughts on the position and possible press space. Because yes, you guys were really unfortunate with Ajuran and Guarani.
All right. Let's talk about Ching.
What about it? What about Ching?
Your moves.
So, I think in this time, this fall, right? Anyone keeps telling me to move to Boreatia, but for some reason I keep thinking that Boreatia is a bad move. Essentially, I want to move Chichihar to Italy. I do not want to support Amor to Boreatia because I want to build an Chichihar again. And I keep thinking that if I move a single army to Amur, from Amur to Boreatia, then it just gets bounced by support from USA in the past. Now, that seems kind of stupid. I don't think he would have done that. But this is also part of the map where my brain keeps thinking for some reason I'm not able to move my army. Also, Inuit asks me to move out of Nivix. I'm like, okay, I guess Aldan is the only place I can move my army to, so I move there. This looks like an Inuit stab, but it was intended to be an Inuit stab. Um, I think I could have made better moves. I think the armored Nivix army moves were kind of stupid. I think I could have done something better.
It's like
As for, yeah, sorry.
the what I would feel is the natural move is that your army goes from Amur to Boyata and you backfill using Nivix.
Yeah, so the problem with armor to Goyapia is that if he bounces armor, then my army stays in Nivix and armor. But I think, like, I don't think there's a real difference between like army going to Aldan and then have an army in armor versus both armies bouncing and then armor and Nivix stay in place.
Yes.
It definitely feels like a really weird. I do think this is probably one of the worst moves I've made in this game. Is that there were no consequences to it. So As for the fleets, oh yes, oh right, the Korea, yeah, Korea is an interesting thing. So, I think in spring, it looks like I stabbed Ming, but the thing is, I had arranged the fleet to go into Hanyang, and Ming was basically like, "You can take all of Korea, I will take southern Japan." And I was like, "Please be my guest. I want all of Korea. I get it for free. That's amazing." Now, Japan doesn't know that I'm actually working with Ming, and Japan is not worried about the army going into Pyongyang, but the army going into Pyongyang is pretty much set up so that I stab him in Busan. I don't think he saw that coming. I'm not sure why. Uh, Russia thought I, Russia thought that I stabbed everyone, but I did not stab everyone. Again, this was arranged with Ming, and Inuit pretty much, yeah, Cycle pretty much knew that I had arranged this with Ming because he asked me like immediately. I was like, "Nah." Ming asked me to go in there, so I was like, "Yeah, please, let me in there."
Yes, I remember we were talking about if you should support the army in with the fleet or the fleet in with the army. And then I talked you into using your army into Fusan so you can steal a dot of Ming. This was to make sure you will gonna fight Ming because this was like not planned.
Right.
And then when you're fighting Ming, you're less likely to fight me.
Yeah.
Right?
But what you didn't know is that Ming basically asked me to go inside anyway. So,
Yeah.
like,
I want to ask about. I want to ask about that convoy to Tokyo, Kyushu that happened the last spring because I found it
Yes.
very odd and thought that like Ming was absolutely dead after like an entire alliance, but suddenly he had an army in Kyushu. Like, do you know how that happened?
No, I asked him to convoy into Kyushu and he did it.
That was a beautiful move.
Yes. Yes. Like, I mean, so basically, I was like, dude, you're in an alliance with me. We're supposed to attack Japan, and you built an army in Peking thinking that I would attack. And I have zero reason to attack you if we're going to attack Japan and Russia together. So, like, we need to figure out a way to use that army. And then I was like, that Peking army is useless. So I might as well just ask you to convoy them to Kyushu. And
Was
Ming
this
was like,
the
you know what, I'll do it.
Was this a turn that you had tried to convince all of us to attack Ming? Because I do remember us, Portugal and Ayutthaya, having this discussion about Hanoi, where like Milky really did not want us to be the ones taking Hanoi, so he was trying to convince Ayutthaya to take that dot. And Ayutthaya was also similarly like not trying to be the aggressor, so he was saying, "Yeah, you can have Hanoi." And eventually, Ayutthaya did not actually tap Kunming with their move, so neither of us got Hanoi.
Right. So everything that happened was basically me trying to get Ayutthaya or Mughals to attack Ming, but it never happened. And this was during winter, right? So winter of the previous year. And once I realized that Ayutthaya and Mughals were not going to fight, they just weren't going to bother attacking Ming, I just stopped talking about attacking Ming. Because Ming and I were going to attack Russia and Tokugawa. I was like, I don't really care about attacking them. The entire of winter, I was excited because I was actually thinking of warring Ming and Toku together. But once I figured out this scout was too passive, I was like, there's no point in me attacking this guy because everyone at the bottom was wanting me to get into a pointless death war with Ming. So as you can see, in all of my moves, I basically did not bother attacking Ming. But because I had been pressuring Ayutthaya and Mughals to do something, they sort of started feeling a little awkward and they tried to do something. Rather, Ayutthaya tried to do something, right? Because it's not just me pressuring Ayutthaya to attack Ming. Uh, Portugal, you guys were doing the same. You were like, when are we going to attack Ming? When are we going to attack Ming? And if you notice in Ayuthya's voice, he's like, Xing was so bloodthirsty about attacking Ming, but then he suddenly went silent on Ming. Meanwhile, Portugal keeps asking me to attack Ming. It's annoying.
I think you kept the I have not stabbed Ming yet under wraps very well this phase, because I would not have realized that any of this was arranged. I had a press with Ming and I was like, congratulations, you barely survived against Ching right now. You managed to get that brilliant convoy into Kyushu. You can still not dive to the coalition. And then I see the fall moves and the coalition just does not happen.
Yeah, because Ming knows that I'm not gonna attack him, and I basically have a load of press. I would even say a lot of my success is just having so much press with Ming that he just doesn't think that I'm gonna stab him. And I think one of the things I'm really good at is that with my allies, I'm pretty obvious that I'm not stabbing them, but I'm also like I'm brutally honest. I'm like with Ming, I was like, I want to work with you, but you need to find dots, which means you need to stab Mughal or you need to stab Ayutthaya. Like one of those needs to happen. Go get Portugal on your side or something because like you're just stagnating. And it's this coupled with things like Ming asked me to do moves that don't work, and I tell him they don't work. Like I basically warn him of bad moves that he thinks of making. So he's like, okay, this guy is telling me things he doesn't need to tell me, so I trust him.
I had the exact same experience with Ming where he was going to make a move and it was bad, and I told him that and I explained exactly why it was bad, and he did it anyways, and he didn't trust me anyways after that and decided to stab me. So I don't know what you did,
Oh
man.
yeah. The thing is, there was a time where Ming would have actually taken Macau like 1 year earlier, and I basically asked him to bounce the LEC. I think this is in fact the next year. Spoilers, but basically, I prevent Ming from taking Macau much earlier, simply because I posture myself as I'm paranoid that he might stab, so we're gonna bounce. And I think what you will notice in a lot of the seasons where I'm bouncing someone is usually the bounces are arranged so that I can trust them. But every bounce is like an opportunity cost. So careful cost. If you bounce someone, you're safe, but that means you're not growing. And essentially, what I did to Ming was not let him grow in the start earlier, so that when I was done with whatever I had to do at the start, um, I think I think he should have. When I asked him for bounces, he should have told me no. But Ming himself insisted on bounces. Like this year, the 4 hot bounce was Ming's insistence. Like he was paranoid, and honestly, I wouldn't have even bothered bouncing in the 4 hot otherwise. Um, but he did it anyway, and like I think it shows by his extremely passive thing. So
Yeah,
as for
it's
the
kind
full
of the
overpower,
difference
sorry.
with experience, I think. Like, because you're an experienced player, you know how to apply just subtle enough pressure that your allies don't know that, like, you are trying to draw their attention away when they just see bounce equal to safe. Also, that ImpDip is a much quicker game in that if you don't expand, you die. I don't think, like, you can play the same pace as regular diplomacy here.
Yeah. You can't do the same thing as I did. That's true. Yes. Uh, I will say that if he went full south with all his troops, I would just stab him and Nanjing in a second. So, but I was like, in my head, I was like, I can stab this guy, but I know that he will do anything that I ask him to do. And it's better for me if he doesn't grow rather than me trying to stab him and then something going wrong. Which is kind of why the Moon's relationship with me is very funny when you look at the moves if you think about it. Uh, it was interesting because I think when I had pressured all of my neighbors, so Russia was a dead man. Russia was a dead man, and I knew that like I could probably uh, use him as like a vassal later on because I was the least offensive person all of his neighbors. Uh, Inuit was busy with his war with Russia, so I don't think he would be with me. Um, Japan badly wanted to ally me against Ming because he hated Ming's press. And it felt like Japan and I would be a really good, like, it felt like Japan would mostly trust me no matter what. And so yeah, I was in this dilemma of, do I stab Japan because it's a pain in the ass to get drops from Japan later on, because the more bills Japan gets, the more defensible Japan is. Or do I ride the alliance with Japan because it's just fully and you wouldn't consider stabbing? I am not sure if stabbing Japan here was the correct move, but I did it anyway.
I think it was because if you stab somebody, you only are worse off if you get punished by someone else. Your two people who could punish you are Russia, who's dead, and Ming, who's basically an extension of your empire. Realistically, it either has to be Dutch stretching a lot or the Inuit, and that's it.
Right. Because I basically had the chance of instead allying Japan and then working against Ming. But I'm starting to think that maybe that was fine. It was fine to stab Japan because, like, do you look at everything that's going on between Ming, Mughals, and Ayutthaya? Like, those moves make no sense.
It was very hard to get any of them to attack each other, and at the same time they were all paranoid of the stabs, because I believe Ayutthaya did not end up actually doing all the moves they needed because they were scared of a Mughal stab. So this was like a weird place where had you actually worked with Japan against Ming, you would have a much worse off game because you're losing your vassal in Ming, and at the same time you would have other people finally be able to join the war. Like Portugal was basically looking for this opportunity and we never got it. I think the
Yeah.
Dutch would have likely joined on that war and tried to take some of the southern dots, and we would have, at this point, Portugal was basically controlled on this region by me because Milky had gone for like a day or two, and that day or two became much longer. So I was the governor of the Far East while still being a spectator. So it was very funny. And in all of my press, I realized that Ayutthaya just was not going to attack Ming without having some concrete idea on like how it shakes out. Had you attacked Ming at that point of time, I would have been able to convince Ayutthaya that yes, now it's worthwhile. Let's go after Ming. Let's take the southern 2-3 dots for ourselves.
Yeah.
So
And
yeah,
then I
it was
got into
very
a
good that
string
you
of
just
something.
kept that buffer state.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I thought the same because it felt like Ming was essentially going to be a vassal to me. It just made zero sense. Like, maybe if I could convince Mughals to stab Ayutthaya, but they were too tight with each other. I don't think it's reasonable to be like that. I think if I'm Mughals here, I definitely stab one of Ming and Ayutthaya and then stab the other because dots. I think Mughals was too passive to my liking, but that's probably for the later years. But yeah, Japan basically lost a dot, and as you can see in the future years, he just keeps losing more dots to himself.
I think a funny thing happened this year itself, which is if you look at the Safavid moves, the Safavids went after Mughals, and that player leaked his entire move set in public chat. So it was very funny, and there was a huge thing that he had like afterwards where he was panicking that can I delete it? I had asked the GMs, you are not supposed to delete press, right? So I basically saved a copy of his actions, but I also knew that I am not the kind of player who would actually leak it to other players or tell others. So yeah, I basically sort of minorly blackmailed him into working with us when I knew that yeah, he's going to make this attacks, so might as well, work.
And then Mughals got stabbed anyway.
No, the point of it was that I got to know about him stabbing one of his neighbors because of this thing.
Right.
I can't remember if it was this turn or like 1 year later. But yeah, the Safavid and Ottomans are still pretty much working together. They've taken Rastak. The Ottomans basically offered Mera to both us and Abyssinia, so now they've finally given up Mera. And I believe there's a interesting Ottoman move near Iberia. This turn?
Yeah, correct.
No.
We are kind of successfully getting Ottomans to help us attack Spain. The Ottomans were weirdly enough super down to attack Spain with us. So they actually just, yeah, I can give you 10 year, no problem. And we were like, absolutely, yes, please. So because I think we fall kind of for the sunk cost fallacy where we've already built 2 armies in Spain. We gotta commit, you know. But yeah, Ottomans were kind of cool because there were still hopes for Muscat to secure some Arabian provinces, and the Ottomans were kind of, yeah, I'll get around to it. I'll leak some press. So in general, we were very happy to work with the Ottomans.
I think Ottomans and Spain are the two people I got the strongest indication of they leak press from. Like a lot of the times when we told something to Spain, it immediately got leaked all across the world.
True, so true.
Oh, if you want to find a leaker, try Austria. Believe me, they leak a lot of stuff. Very fun.
What about Poland? Poland moves.
We have already talked about them.
We've already talked about. We started
Oh,
that.
we're still there. Okay.
This
We
has
haven't
been a
passed
long
yet.
spring discussion. I think like we have covered
Yes.
all the regions unless we miss North America.
I want to talk about my moves. So, as you can see, I flooded the North Pacific. Using 3 fleets.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's crazy.
Yeah. I told you before was a lie. I didn't call Koyaks because I wanted to call Koyaks, like, for real. It was just a decoy to, like, distract other people from thinking that I would go flood the North Pacific. Yeah. I also talked a bit with Spain and Ute that, oh yeah, I want to go there, by the way. But the other slots are free. You can go there. So they both ended up bouncing because they didn't talk with each other, which is pretty funny. Um, the other Pasca bounce continued. I continued coring in Aleuts and Salik. The UPIC was also preparing to go to the MPO. And I finally did my convoy. I made England believe that we were still bouncing into Numisu. But I somehow looked at the map, like, and I thought, what if he supports himself into Labrador Sea? Like, we weren't officially at war. Like, we told each other hostile stuff and we were bouncing each other and stuff like that, but we weren't actually at war. But I thought, like, yeah, what if he actually tries to stab me? Because it is King of Prussia. He likes to stab people. Like, he is very untrustworthy. So I ended up convoying and support holding, which turned out to be the right call. And yeah, this army was going to fill up to be next convoyed over there. Yeah. And yeah. Actually, I was a bit about the Aldan move, but also it didn't make sense to me. Like, there's nothing you can achieve with this. Like, this looks like you want to stab me, but if you wanted to stab me, why didn't you just go to Evans? Like, here. It didn't make any sense. I was so confused by you.
Yeah, I just wanted, since you asked me to do it out of the limits, I just needed to find something to do with that album. But that was such a pointless. I think you're right that just Abu Guriachi and limits Abu makes sense to make if both armies get bounced, then it's pointless. I think the Aldan move is just pointless. I think it's just stab you and you wouldn't be able to do anything. In fact, if I stab you in Evans, how many builds did you get this year?
1.
Yeah, so basically I could have just taken the free stab. I could have taken the free stab and then I could keep dotting you in Concepta and you can't do anything.
Yes.
Yeah, that was so pointless. I mean, I guess it's in hindsight, and is it?
I mean, also, if you went for Evans and wanted to continue, it would also be a very bad idea because these 3 fleets in the North Pacific, they
Can
would
just come
just go back
Yeah,
to cover these, or they will just flood in here.
yeah.
Yeah.
It just seemed pointless. I do think I didn't really think about dotting you because again, that just doesn't make sense. I don't think dotting you makes sense. I know that a lot of people would say otherwise, but just take the dot and then roll. I don't think dotting you would have helped me at all. So it's really just that move is so bad. I don't think I've made a move in this game that's worse than moving Nivix to Aldan. So.
Yeah. Anyways, I'd say we talked enough about this map, so we go to the next one.
Oh God, I just saw that France Portugal bounce in Indian Ocean. That was not at all planned, and it was so annoying for both of us. We really needed to get our fleets out.
Yeah, that was also the reason why I talked so much about the North Pacific, because I was so afraid that like my flooding of there will not go through because Spain or Ute or accidentally bounce me, which would be very annoying. But yeah. What do we have now? Builds. Who wants to start?
Should I do once again?
I can also start.
Oh, never mind. Winter builds. That's boring. Just do spring. I just build normal stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, there is a debate in Portugal. Where do we build now? Because we are trying to get peace with Spain. So we're investing in South America right now, and we kind of this is where the point where we're considering kind of abandoning different regions like East Africa because that region isn't going anywhere.
I don't think East
actually-
Africa is dead yet, but
Oh right, that's not this year. Yeah,
every single build for Portugal is a new adventure because every region really doesn't want to be their region that gets abandoned because that means you're losing your dot. So there
So
was
true.
quite a bit of discussion, but ultimately I think like our decisions were kind of straightforward. South America was our most stable region, and it was getting some progress, so it got one build. We did not want to overcommit to Spain, and we were considering trying to piece them out. So we got another build. We got no builds there, and oh, oh, never mind. We are still at war.
Yeah, we're at war for 2 years.
And communist one.
Oh man, Iberia was such a joke, man. The fact that Spain never built an army in Madrid or really any of their mainland, like I saw that and I was like, how is it that they just wrecked their game just like that?
Hey man, I'm not complaining. You don't see me complaining. So yeah, in hindsight, like the Spain staff that was like splintering this our nation turned out pretty good. Probably like one of the best theaters, I guess, for us, and then South America, of course. But we never really saw success like this success outside of Europe, I feel.
Did you guys ever consider just redirecting all the South African, East African units towards South America, like that Cruise or what?
We considered the Dutch deal heavily, and we were in favor of the Dutch deal. We just never saw the Dutch leaving first, and so we thought the deal was like perma-dead.
Yeah, but I mean, those units in South Africa are just dead anyway. So
South Africa has not yet lost hope because we are finally getting Ajuran actually disbanding. So we may be able to make progress. So as long as Salt doesn't stab us, should be fine. We should be able to actually get dots here and sort of stabilize Africa. It's not the best thing in the world, but like maybe we can play some sort of balance of power between Congo, Abyssinia, and France and survive. It's not.
yeah, but one problem: as long as Salt doesn't stab you, that is something.
Hey, don't give them spoilers.
Yeah, I would not bank on Salt not stabbing.
Yeah. We were perennially worried about Salt stabbing, but we weren't sure when it was coming or how it was coming. So it was always, oh my god, Salt is proposing this move that is extremely bad to us. Can we get a concession or something out of it? Like, I think an earlier year, there was a huge fight between Congo and us, where Salt really did not want us to build two armies in Africa, and France, we had already promised that we won't build two fleets in Africa, but I think some sort of calculation meant that we were always building, and essentially we had to like appease both the sides as much as possible. But Salt was not happy with our democracy or our decisions after that. So it was like, from a press point of view, it was not a fun time in Africa, but people still had hope that maybe we will work through, maybe we will pull out something out of our hats.
Honestly, I gotta defend Salt a little. Oh no.
This is what happens when you defend Salt.
Yeah. Fucking clown card
Absolutely.
starts playing.
Sorry about that. I gotta defend Salt a little bit. He was throughout this game one of my greatest allies. Don't believe the Captain Meme propaganda. Salt is a great guy to ally. 100%.
Don't believe the Salt slander.
Never stab you. He is 100% a very good ally, and
Yes,
definitely
it
it wasn't just a unique thing.
To stab, right?
Just
Poland,
have other people he can stab and have it be non-beneficial for him to stab you specifically. Then he is a very great ally because he actually kills your enemies.
Yeah, just don't let Salt see dot, because if he can't see dot, he certainly cannot take dot. So if you're gonna work with him, you just hide your dots.
So you're saying play Fog of War Dip with him.
I think what people are saying is just don't neighbor salt. Because even when we were trying to not let him see dots, it was always somehow the moves were ending in just slightly worse spot where if I'm seeing the positions of the units right now, I can see that this is absolutely bad for us. At the time, it was just slightly worse every single phase to the extent where it still felt like we had an alliance going, even though it was not really an alliance.
Mhm.
It's just the kind
Well,
of
as
thing
Inuit,
that
I can only say that Salt is an amazing player. He would never stab me. Hem, 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 hem.
Foreshadowing.
I think
Do
like
you have
builds
anything
wise,
interesting?
there's nothing else on our ends. Could you just show us Indonesia and Philippines?
Yes.
Yeah, Timor built because we really were demanding the rest of Portugal that we need to defend against the Dutch. The Dutch are coming for us, and yeah, like war here is becoming inevitable. At the same time, we did not expect Spain to give up a this thing fleet in Cebu. So there's a weakness in Spain that did not exist.
Um, Fun thing is that we have Spain actually joining us right now. So you wanna say something?
Well, they weren't the Spain that was playing.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I'm the second Spain. I just joined in winter 46, if I'm not mistaken.
Ah, 3.
Yeah.
You have, you have
We'll be
three
there in
terrible
5
years to
hours.
go through.
Let's go
Sorry?
to the next map then.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear him. But I think it was a joke, so it doesn't matter. Feel free to move on. I'm just watching it.
Um, who wants to start?
Is this finally the time for Niani?
It's
Please
always
start
been.
with yeah. Please start with Europe. I do not want to see Africa or Asia.
Oh, yes, let's talk about this Niani thing. Well, I did take a look a bit throughout the map and I saw, oh, the whole Portugal England thing in India, it's not going super well. And so I went to the Portuguese and told them, hey, I think England will stab you. How about I just support hold you in Niani with Geba and position myself? And that way, we can both be safe, you can't get stabbed by them this turn, it will be great. Now, Portugal, one of you, wanna explain the Niani fleet move?
Okay, so I saw them discussing this. I think there's a subcon. He convinced himself that yes, we need to do this. This is the right move because we will position ourselves great against against Poland together with England. He did not see the England coming. So a lot of people were, because he was the previous council, so people still had trust in him. But yeah, he face planted us into the first of many England stabs. So
Yeah.
I think the actual line from him was, yes, in the hyper economy, this will spell doom for Poland.
Well, didn't exactly work out that way.
Didn't work
In the
So
out.
carrot,
at this point of time, England had been telling us to attack Poland for like 2 or 3 years. So it has been
oh,
a
he has
long,
been telling me to attack you guys for the entire time. I still didn't do it.
Shocked face looks into
exactly.
camera.
So England has been pitting you against us. We know he has been pitting you against us, and we had some sort of reports that you were pitting him against us. And we have been slowly getting convinced. As I told you, Portugal was an echo chamber. So we were very much getting convinced by our own ideas. And one of those ideas was we need to get Poland off the West Africa eventually. Because people were convinced that England was our only ally. We cannot trust the Dutch. We cannot trust the French completely. Let's just go on the England trail. What does England want us to do? Kills Poland. Let's go for Poland. That's it.
Well, let's quickly head over the other Poland moves and then we can focus on the rest of the map because I think India also looks fun. Here I set up a very nice trade with Spain because Spain is, especially also thanks to Portugal, in somewhat of a bad spot. So they agree with me to let's just swap back to how we were before, okay? He gets Caracas back, I get New Courland back. We are both happy afterwards. Great success. And I would never stab Spain again. In Europe, I think I just continue to fight Russia and Sweden. It goes, well, a bit slowly, but it is going forwards. Ultimately, it is not the easiest war to fight, but we are making progress. And the alliance between Poland, Austria, Ottomans, and Soviets at this point is still going very much and will bring great fruits to all of us.
I see. Go to India then.
Can we just skip India?
No.
No, we're just going towards it. We went around the world first towards India.
No. I think we can just skip India. Nothing happened in India
No,
this
no, no,
phase.
What do you mean? We just get ultra mega stabbed. We just get
Thank you. Yeah.
insanely stabbed. We just
KOP.
what?
If only there was someone that warned you of this.
No,
So-
surely not.
It was literally the
If only
previous-
there were like 10 people warning you of that.
Nah. No, Subgun was convinced. No way. No way.
Echo Chamber is too strong. You can't fight the Echo Chamber.
No way would
It
that
isn't
happen.
that we didn't know that England could stab us. It's that we didn't think he would stab us now. We just got him into Ceylon. We just broke our entire alliance and everything with the Dutch for England. We had a solid spot. We still had progress to be made against the Mughals. At this point, both Portugal and England have been promising the Mughals that yes, they will work with you, and absolutely do not. The Mughals were a fantastically fun player, great to press with, but they were always in that weird spot where Portugal never was in the right place to work with them. You know what? Like, King of Prussia is our only ally. Surely he won't stab us. The moves look fine. We are making progress. Then he stabbed us so bad.
I don't get why he stabbed you because he's just making sure you work with the Mughals.
Yeah, and then he is surprised that we work with Mughal after that.
The thing is, from King of Prussia's point of view, Mughal, us, and King of Prussia have always tried to work with the other. Like, it has always been a three-way Mexican standoff. It isn't really that like big of a deal if he can wipe us out in completely or use these extra dots to make progress elsewhere. Like, I kind of see this stab. It was like very brutal and very great because we did discuss properly vassalizing to him, at least in India. And yeah, like, this moves, they were really good, but we were not convinced that this would happen. We knew that this was a possibility, but like the entire subcon and like I think some of the Indian players also, they were like, yeah, this is not happening. We are with in England. We are not going to stab them. They are not going to stab us.
Yeah, something along those lines.
I mean, Oh, King of Prussia. I mean, just look at the move. He stabs you Masuli Patman, which means he's stabbing Mughals who is helping him stab you. And he thinks that Mughals are not going to work with you when he's getting more dominance in the south. It's so I don't know. Like,
Yep.
it's weird because I would totally like looking at the Hyderabad tap that Portugal did like previous year. Like, I fully get it. I think Portugal deserves to be stabbed. Just Mughals are still strong. Mughals are still going to have a few troops if they feel like it. They can just play Portugal against you. Are you sure you want to tap Portugal despite this at this moment? I don't know. And they did let you into Salem.
This is the kind of player who has gone into games before and convinced to different powers that yeah, this is a forever war that is happening, this is a forever war that is happening, and just made the war happen from there. He just had the misfortune of playing against people who were way more casual than him, so he underestimated the power of, I don't know, spite.
I mean, you say spite is a casual thing, but spite is essentially this. You spite a player so that they think twice before breaking trust, because there needs to be some sort of consequence to breaking trust, right? Uh, Otherwise, no one will ever think about stab. You will just take the first stab they can get.
Yeah,
I don't know.
this was a terrible theater for us in India, and we can look at Indonesia now because I do see that the Dutch player is also here. Hi, Natalie.
Hello.
So,
My
yeah,
best friend. Sorry.
yes, best friends forever. So, yeah, this Dutch Portugal relationship has been slowly crumbling, at least in this theater, for a long while, and like I had finally become a player at this point. I was a spectator until now, controlling via proxy and like asking players to press on my behalf. And then we pushed through a constitutional change where I basically formally became a player, controlling Timor. And one of the first things I tried to do was get Mapuche on our side and work against the Dutch. You can see the moves. Natalie, do you have other things to add?
I don't know what's been said already. I feel like I made a load of deals with Portugal quite early on that the leadership at the time were in favor of, but which the individuals involved never actually upheld, and then that made it all a mess, which no one really wanted to deal with. I mean, I can talk about that. I should say I made a plan specifically to try and contain salt, and Portugal in Africa did not help with that, and therefore it all fell through. And part of that was then I was looking for something to actually gain, and then we'll see how that worked out.
So in this theater, you chose not to attack Spain at all. Then you worked with Mapuche. Like, how did the Mapuche deal happen, and what was up with Spain here?
So Spain was just being nice, and so I gained that trust on some level by letting them into Philippines, but then I think I gave them some of Borneo, right? And that built trust, and especially in multiple theaters, we were working together. It was just an alliance with Spain, and that was quite nice. With Mapuche, it was panic. And I think similarly to you guys, I was just saying, Mapuche, can you attack Portugal, please? And waiting until evidently they thought that they'd grown enough to be able to sort of flip sides as they wished. And I think they flipped. So they worked with you at first, flipped to me, and then flipped back, is my recollection, but I may be wrong there.
That is roughly right, I think. I think this turn they did not work with you, and we managed to get Flores back. But yeah, spoilers, that does not happen throughout the game.
I also feel like I should say this was not a get Flores back. Flores was officially given to me by Portugal, and then they attacked me for it. But yeah, that was how it went, which admittedly like is quite next to where Portugal wants. But anyway.
This entire game was a massive problem of neither of us trusting each other and there being enough problems in our press that things just kept escalating. I think like this escalation is the final form of that, the war in Indonesia.
Yeah, absolutely. So the original plan was that I would vacate South America very slowly to move towards West Africa with the help of South Africa. When that fell through, and when South America was still, I was still going to help Portugal there because I thought, quite rightly in my opinion, I don't want to attack colonials, or we just let the regionals win. Who won the game in the end? Wow. Then in the end, as a result, I still didn't want to attack Portugal. I was looking for something, and I can't remember who. There was some kind of deal that was made where I got Flores, and then immediately, I know from your perspective, Tim, you were saying in press, I was saying in the void later that it looked like I was renegotiating that. From my perspective, I'd been sort of given that as recompense and for helping. And at the time, it felt to me as if that was sort of a renegotiation on their part, and so that back and forth in that moment really didn't help probably anything. I'm sure I'm making mistakes there as much as in my remembering as much as anyone else.
Yeah. Funnily, for all of this, while we are having a full-on war in Far East and like Indonesia, South America is doing well. Portugal and like uh, Dutch, we have like sort of demilitarized the zones, and the rest of South America is still a chaotic everything. Spain is attacking Aymara, Mapuche is attacking Aymara, Aymara is attacking Guarani, and Portugal is attacking Guarani. So, the usual Thunderdome that we have been expecting for the last few years.
I can't wait to see Aymara stab Portugal.
So another thing about Portugal that I love is like how fast you is. For example, I was talking with like, yeah, do we want to do something fun? Like, for example, you let me go to Pan, you another center, and they said like, no, I have an idea. I support you in the sea. And they said like, we're leaving anyways, so I was asking you in the Portugal Inuit chat, yeah, is it okay if I go to Halmahera? And no one responded. So
Clearly, you should have taken it as we did not think it was.
I do not think that anyone was paying attention to this region because I was in the process of becoming a player, and Milky had been away for like a week at this point, so she was not negotiating. And South America GameCube there was the main negotiator with like even Mapuche and Dutch at this point, and he had his hands full on South America. So I am pretty sure literally nobody noticed that Halmahera movement, or if they did, they never paid serious attention to it. Portugal was not functional.
Yeah, this is probably the worst years. Not map wise, but regarding like internal stability wise. I think is it this is I think either this year or the year after we start calling some players. and start kicking them off, basically.
I see.
Yeah, it was a bit after. This is basically like this year, the year before that, and slightly before that, the spectators, the Peasants Republic of Timor, which had been growing very strongly. We had like 20 people, we had voting systems, we had like on discussions about how to hold single transferable votes for all of our elections and everything. Turns out people just stopped paying attention, and they just started clicking on random options or whatever the option the people who were paying attention were pressing. And yeah, started just losing all of the interest in Timor. So first Timor fell apart, and like I just realized that effectively I am being the player. Why not just be the actual person player behind Timor? And at the same time, the rest of the country had the same problem where people were becoming inactive without realizing that yeah, I cannot handle this anymore. So we had this period of not realizing that others need to cover up for them while they just
Right.
I see. I
moves
see.
wise.
Okay, so how about chain moves?
Yeah. So, uh, well, of course, I'm trying to make sure that Russia doesn't get into Buryatia or try to make it advance. Um, and I'm taking okay. Of course, I'm also taking Ainu. Why did I? Oh yeah, so I could have taken Ainu, but also just like not supported my fleet in. Um, I think I had this conversation with Sam where she was like, "You had an amazing stab where you could have just attacked all of your neighbors." So the way this goes is Aldan moves into Evans. Um, Aldan moves into Evans. Tartary straight moved into Okhotsk. You support the fleet into Strait of Tartary. So what happens is you still get anyway. So you still get Ainu. You still get Ainu, and you also stab at Ferex. Japan doesn't really care about what you've done to him. But it's like, okay, you're still attacking everyone but me, and you don't have a good attack on me, so I can work with you. Um, she also suggests that I basically move my army with Chichihar into. So I move Chichihar into Hohot. I move Ikuri into Gobi, and I move Karakoram into Krasnodar. These are moves you suggested. So basically, I would end up with a setup where I can possibly stab for Bratz, I can stab for Evans and Ferex, and I can stab for Lanzhou and Tekken. Now, I'm not sure if this would have worked better, because instead, what I do is pretty much just run with my Ming and Inuit lines, take the dot in Ainu, take the dot in Bratz, and yeah, the fall is again a spoiler, so we'll talk about that later. But the alliance is going good. Um, Ming is pretty much. Oh yeah, I basically asked Ming to bounce me in Yellow Sea because I don't want. Because I want him to trust me and be like, okay, he's telling me to do some safe play. But what he doesn't realize is that by bouncing me in Yellow Sea, he can go make a play for Macau. In all honesty, I also kind of wanted to say, I kind of wanted an excuse to move my fleet into Yellow Sea. But I also knew that like the worst that could ever happen was just stab in Pegasus. Yeah.
Yes,
What do you
yes.
guys think? Do you think a play at Evans plus Pecterex would work here and then stabbing the same turn?
Not confident. It seems like a way to get yourself coalitioned because Inuit was an active player and he would have tried to get others into this try and punish you, but not sure who would punish you. Like you are kind of suffered by having Ming and Tokugawa and Russia, all of who are dying.
Like
That
Inuit
is
could.
kind of correct, but like, I have the policy that if someone stabs me, I will fight them for at least minimum 5 years, unless something may have happened. But other than that, I will continue fighting them, no matter what. And this
Right.
is usually, yeah, enough of a discouragement that people don't stab me for a single dot or something. But yeah.
I mean, in this case, I wouldn't be stabbing you for one dot.
Yes,
Um,
but
I would
still.
probably be stabbing you for 3, in fact.
I mean, with the amount of fleets I have in this area, I don't know if you could like successfully like hold that area. I have like 1, 2. Okay, this one is going away. 3, 4 fleets and an army, and I could theoretically like yeah, convoy that army over.
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
these are a lot of troops.
Mhm. For whatever it's worth, it's still spring, and I haven't considered stabbing you. It's just that a player pointed out to me, or rather, like a player pointed out to me that it was possible for me to stab you, and that would be better than you. But yes, in this spring, I did not consider stabbing anyone. I did not consider stabbing Ming either. I think a Ming stab would have been pointless. Uh, Mainly because I need players to attack Japan. I don't want a Japan that I just got it for one dot and then be like, oh, I'm spiteful. I'm gonna go against Qing. And I think a thing you'll notice in my diplomacy and what I keep talking about over here is that I'm always factoring in spite. I'm always thinking of if a player is spiteful towards me, what is the worst that they can do to me? Which is generally why I played the diplomacy I did play. It's not as aggressive as it could be, but it's pretty safe diplomacy. I think I would say I played some pretty safe diplomacy. So I carry out my Ming Inuit alliances. I have not stabbed either one of them. Ming is still sitting there chilling and not attacking anyone else. His war against Japan isn't working. He didn't get anything from stabbing Russia. He is not attacking Mughals or IU despite me telling him every year figure out a way to attack Mughals and IU. Figure out a way to break them up.
And I'm
Figure out a
begging
way
them to attack at this moment.
Yeah. And the reason I'm begging him to attack is like if I want to continue my alliance with him, I want him to be as strong. Because if he's weaker than me, then I'm definitely stabbing him. There's no reason for me to not stab him if he's weaker than me. But I know that the Ming player is extremely loyal, which means on some level, if he is strong, he will keep doing things I want him to do, which is very valuable for me. But as you can see, he just didn't make games. It was pretty pointless. I didn't really. I don't know. I'm not sure what he could have done. That was pretty sad. That whole Kyushu thing. I mean, at least he gets Kyoto, but he just gets blocked there. There is nothing he can do down the south. And honestly, those three powers are so pacifist that I keep scratching my head and wonder what are they doing this day. But yeah. I think other moves are self-explanatory. Russia doesn't get any ground against me. Inuit is moving into Yenisei, so he's got those dots. Yeah, that's about it. That's I think my perspective on doing this year.
So about my moves. So as you can see, I'm continuing westwards with the army and the fleet to fight the Russians. Also, the thing is, I talked with Tokugawa a lot, and he is pretty mad about you and Ming for stabbing him. So he told me basically, yeah, I'm dying anyway, so you can as well as have my dots, as long as you keep me alive somewhere. So basically, our plan was to, I don't remember it exactly, but like convoy him somewhere, like for example, I don't know, Ale Woods or something like that, where he can like um stay alive as a city state. Um, and he wanted me to have his thoughts, so you don't have his thoughts, so Ching and Ming. So this is why we coordinated our moves. So this is why I didn't support myself into it there. Like so, and it worked. Okay. So over here, England is becoming yeah, more difficult to deal with. Like I was talking with Portugal also about the North Atlantic. Like yeah, can you like stop the English from flooding the North Atlantic? Like blah blah blah. I can help. No, this was a bit later, but like I can help you in the Philippines and Indonesia and blah blah. Yeah, these moves were all against England, as you can see here. I was actually preparing to like convoy the second army over there in fall. Yeah. Yo, that's pretty much it. I was talking to Athapaska to find a way how we can stop like bouncing and stuff. Yeah. I mean, our regional triple worked out pretty great for now. Yeah.
I wish we would have taken your deal to stop England from flooding NIO.
I warned ya.
Look, man, the problem is that the only people who was in the Far East and were kind of delegated to do Diplo with you were getting kind of burned out, and Milk weren't here for a long while. So it's like Inuits, he's super far away. Who cares about it? It was a little like we didn't even consider it. You know, I didn't consider it, and at this point, a lot of people are getting burned out. So the idea of you know doing Diplo at all were kind of off the table. Like the main focus was just focusing Spain, because if we would have bound NIO, we would have like lost initiative on Spain. But there will be an oh shit moment. England has 4 fleets in NIO. Let's make peace with Spain.
Okay, let's go to the Let's retreat. You go here, and what's that? And that's it. What the fuck is this retreat? Pretty much standard stuff.
I think there is one retreat of consequence, which is Halmahara retreating straight into Philippines. I forget what sea it is. So yeah, we had to choose between trying to fight in the Dani direction or go after Spain. Basically, I think like we could have tried to say go after Bandasi and try to attack Dutch more, but at this point I think we got convinced by somebody that yeah, attacking Spain is our best case scenario. Let's just wipe him off. So yeah, we went into the Philippine Sea and hoped that we can make progress with the new Inuit people here.
Yeah.
It may be worth saying, well, all right, I watched the stream, I hear an echo, so it's fine. That at this point, for this turn only, IU had made peace with me, and I still don't know if it was entirely a ploy or what. But in that moment, it seems serious. You get actually there was an attempt in I think the spring to do this, and then in the fall, I actually followed through with it, and then that's why you get all of these IU units set up almost to convoy a unit from Thailand to India. But we'll see how long that lasts.
Mhm.
Talked about IU's move where he convoys to Sarawak. He could have convoyed to Palawan and taken its Spanish stuff.
Okay, about Portugal.
Yep.
So I'm proposing to you the following thing. Like the English had like so many fleets here. I was afraid he was gonna sub himself like into Labrador Sea.
Yep.
So I was telling you like, yeah, you tap one of these fleets for me, and for that I support you into Zamboanga. Why did you not follow?
So this was my responsibility, I think, and we just straight up didn't trust you. Like did not have any context over exactly what the press is, and we had this is our first interaction with Inuit, and everybody who has interacted with both of us, when we asked them about you, they have told you us that you are a pragmatic and smart player. I could not figure out how you would convince Spain that yes, you are coming into Halmahera Sea, and then immediately you go after Spain again. Like you were telling us this story about how like you had this as a move in return for something else, but it did not track enough, and it felt way more likely that you were just going to Dotus and Dani, and we had just been burnt in like three different spheres. So we figured I do not trust the Inuit moves, so let's just assume that if he doesn't make those moves, what is our best moves? And we went for those. Were terrible moves.
But why did you go to Cebu and not Zamboanga?
I think it was like a 50-50 of some sort where we weren't sure if Spain would basically tap Cebu or not. And we figured like it is only if Spain tries to tap Cebu, does this not happen, and maybe there is some scenarios where in if we try to go to Zamburga, we are reliant on you not dotting us in Dani, and for Spain to like try and go to Cebu. It was effectively a 50-50.
I
It
mean,
may not
it
have been
was
a good one, but it made sense at least in our heads if we don't trust the Inuit.
because like you either trust or you don't trust Inuit. So Inuit either supports you, in which case you do, or Inuit doesn't support you, in which case there's another 50-50 of whether Spain stays in Zamboanga or goes into Cable. So it's the odds are worse than
So it's 75% chance that you like win if you go to Zamboanga, and a 25% chance you win if you go to Cebu.
pretty much.
I get your logic and like it makes sense when I'm looking at the map now. From our point of view, it wasn't a 50-50 on trusting you. It was we are not trusting you.
I see.
I think it was more from our point of view. We spent about 30 seconds thinking about that move. Maybe.
No. I was thinking about
Oh, you
these
were?
moves
Okay, okay.
all day. I was thinking about them all day, and essentially it came down to a final. Yeah, we are not trusting it. Yes, we need to cover Danny. Yes, it might ruin us. And I was the only one thinking about these moves, so I got caught up in my own echo chamber of one when the rest of Portugal was, I don't know, doing other things.
Lol.
Amazing.
I
Portugal
wonder
just being
when. Sorry. No, I was just gonna say, I wonder when the. I mean, I think we probably here. I think it's just before you dip out, Tim, but we start kicking out players. Probably this year.
Yeah, that was when I was basically fed up with the game. I
Yeah.
had severe burnout from a lot of different things, but especially like I am not a player who like I was really happy playing in Timor and playing in Portugal as long as all the responsibility wasn't suddenly on me. As you can see from the Danny 50-50, I was not happy with being able to figure out, like being the one tasked to figure out what is going on and make the best decisions. So it was like a lot of pressure suddenly on, and we had to pick up a lot of slacks from other regions where people were vanishing or people were coming in, putting the moves that we have been discussing, and then that's it. So we realized that this is unsustainable. We start having like a vote to just remove people, and I think like five different people who had not been contributing were put up for vote. I forget how many of those votes passed.
Essentially, what happened is that we put out a poll. Basically, are you active? Do you do press? And you want to continue playing? And I think the only people who answered yes were allowed to stay in the game. And then we ended up with being around 5 players.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I think I reorganized the whole system. Basically, you do this, you do this. So then we moved away from being mayors to just having a region and no elections. And that just rolled on through the game.
So from 13 players, who basically we had like had an active quitting of two of them, I think by this point, and from those 10 or so players, we dropped another four, and we were left with like 4 or 5 players as portable for the rest of the game, I guess.
Yeah.
I see. What else moves do we?
Ayutthaya attacked Dutch. I was not expecting that. We had been trying to convince Ayutthaya to attack the Dutch for like a bit. So this was nice. Natalie, do you have opinions on this?
The IU had been trying to attack. IU had been trying to attack me since game start. And I could feel this, and I felt this throughout the whole game, and it was a wonderful feeling. I think Chin can maybe jump in on this because I think you are more aware, but there was definitely a feeling of a triple, regardless of its reality, between IU, Ming, and Mughals, I think. And they would not accept any evidence to suggest that, in fact, at multiple points, I can't remember who even, but suggested they wanted to work against IU. And they took that as me being conniving and lying and scheming rather than telling them an important warning. But regardless, yeah, I was kind of expecting this. That's why the previous season, like IU had actually been saying for a couple of seasons, we should work together against England. We get in a position to work together against England, and then the moment we're in that position, IU turns around and stabs me. I think it was at this moment where I just give up negotiating with Ayu entirely, because I
mean,
don't
here's
see a
the
way
thing I don't
forwards for that.
like. He made a 0 stab on you.
Yeah, well, you got Andaman, but yeah.
Oh, wait, he did? Oh, wait. Uh,
He got
he got.
Andaman,
Oh,
and then
Andaman was yours. Andaman was yours. Okay.
yeah, and then he got an army onto Borneo, which looks very likely to grab a dot if you have Mapuche and Portugal still like full on attacking me. So like it makes sense in a way. It's just kind of like really more from the like, can I have a game please perspective rather than like anything else.
I mean, the thing is, he had a free stab on Madras, for example. He could have taken the free stab on Madras because he's never going to get like it's gonna take so much work to get that dot again. I think the stab sort of makes sense, but he doesn't realize that if he gets into the war with you, he's not getting a lot of dots. And because Inuit and Portugal are there, and Mapuche are all there to stab you, like the most he's gonna get is what? Ambas and Sumatra?
Yeah, I think there's a world wherein like the hope was that he'd get Sambas, Sumatra, and then be able to push to like Banjarmasin. But yeah, it's I mean it doesn't happen, thankfully, right? But I don't think it's unlikely. I think part of actually at this moment I was quite down about the game because at least South America's surviving, but everywhere else I'm being kind of murdered for things that I can't really do anything about.
And I was personally really sad that we were dying everywhere because I really enjoyed my quest with you. I think I was one of the few regionals who actually wanted to work with you because every single regional in Asia was like down with the colonials. Oh, and they took it really seriously, past the point where it made sense, right? Like as you mentioned, the triple between Mughals, Ayutthaya, and Ming ignored the realities of the situation, which is that you're not growing. You don't grow, you don't win. If you can't grow, you're getting stabbed sooner or later. I will say that Ayutthaya had a possible convoy into the Philippines, and then gets 2 dots in the Philippines pretty easily. And I think he should have considered that if he wanted a convoy. Again, if I'm Ayutthaya, I probably just attack one of the land convoys here. Because I think a Dutch that's dying everywhere is a Dutch that's more likely to be like it's a Dutch that's more likely not to attack. Because they're scared now because they're dying everywhere.
With Ayutthaya,
So,
I will say that he was not that experienced because, like, tactically, he was making a few moves. Not an experienced player, at least tactically either. And I had a couple moves that I could see that were strictly better for him, and he should have just gone full on with the Dutch stab, and he did not. I think he was slightly new and a bit too non-committal. So, but
Yes.
I had great press with him. So we kept on having a good time vibing and chatting. And we got to a stage where we more or less trusted each other. It was just a matter of can Tim convince Ayutthaya to finally stab the Dutch? Because from my point of view, what I was pitching to them was we just sit down Indonesia, Dutch die, you take half, we take half. For us, that is very convenient that the Dutch are no longer threatening all of Indonesia. And yeah, like of all the regions that were going badly, Ayutthaya felt reasonable enough that yes, we can go towards the end game with somebody who is stable. It just so happened that he was convinced this turn instead of last 1 year or so.
I do think that stab of the Dutch, so the war of the Dutch needed to be better. There were a lot of tactical blunders. I do agree with that. Then again, he's new, and I think a new player would definitely be hesitant to go to war with someone. I think any new player would be hesitant to go with the org seven. That's part of the game. So I understand why he is the way he is. I'll tell you what though, Ming not taking Ava was so weird. Ming not taking Ava in spring, or really just moving the dots down. I mean, look, it's open, it's wide open. He can get something. He could have done something in spring. He just didn't do it. In fact, if he didn't build A pecking 2 years ago and then convoy to Houston, he was going to the southern border. He could have made some gains. Heck, he could have done a bunch of stuff and either taken Macau last year or just went full on Ayutthaya, and he could have made some gains.
I think you're underestimating how hard it is to be decisive in these kind of situations. Because if you see the moves Ming just made, it is a very, very hard stab against Portugal right now. We did not expect that. I feel like I got to a stage where I had like a 20-30% chance for him to basically call off this stab entirely because I was trying to sell him that yes, you may be able to get one dot out of it, but you'll have to fight us for it. And I am getting my good friend Ayutthaya into the battle, and you have left everything open. King is going to take your dots any moment now. Like I basically went absolute hardcore aggro on him, at least in terms of press. And it sort of did look like he was slightly backing away from the stab after that. So it is just like moves you're proposing make absolute sense. I just don't think I see this Ming doing it when he's been so hard on even getting his own expansion out until now.
I think this was the season where I convinced Ming to do this, by the way, where I'm like, oh, wait, you had a line on Portugal where you could take a dot. And Ming's like, I wanted to stab Portugal, but you asked me for a bounce in Yellow Sea, so it didn't happen. And then I was like, if you didn't want the bounce in Yellow Sea, you should have just told me you didn't want the bounce in Yellow Sea, because I've been pretty honest with you on what I wanted out of our alliance, so it's okay for you to be honest about what you wanted to do. Ming's like, okay, cool. And then Ming's like, okay, fine, we won't bounce. I'm just gonna move down on Portugal. And like, here's the thing: you never want to do this, in the sense that you never want to like stab Portugal, or rather make a stab in fall which doesn't get a dot, but telegraph what your attack's gonna be like, because they can defend better in the next year, and they get builds. Ideally. I don't think Portugal got built, or if they got built, they didn't bother to build Macau.
We did
But that
not
was
get
the risk they were
builds, I
taking by
believe.
moving the way they did. Now, personally, if I'm Ming, I just go like Lanna, I go lunchtime, I threaten Shanghai, I threaten Guangdong. And like, there's that huge southern border where Anta is fully exposed. And Portugal can stab, but here's the thing, right? What is Portugal get by stabbing? You're Portugal, all you want is there to be chaos. Only, like, they might stab you for one dot, but they can't do anything to you because they have to they can barely do things to you. And Portugal would not. I think if I'm Portugal, I don't want a strong power maybe. And you're Portugal, you know that if Ming starts doing you always like think of the hammer to keep Ming. I think if you're Ming, that's why you're like very good at. Look at the number of fleets. Look at the entire central region. It's so open. But yeah.
There are two more funny regions that we could look at in here. One you can see right now. It is the absolutely horrendous state of India. Where 1 year earlier, we have been stabbed very, very brutally by England. He basically convinced us we are allies, we'll work together, everything and all. And we are in shambles. Convinces us once again that, what, I can just roll back my stab. There does not need to be any dots taken. It is completely fine as long as you work with me in NAO, in the other regions. You do not support the Inuits there. It is completely fine. Just help me into Ceylon. So if you look at who's supporting the English into Ceylon, it is Portugal. We have fallen for King of Prussia
I,
stabbing us for the second year in a row.
I do want to say that when the offer to support me into Portugal was made, it was like immediately. Also, I don't. That was that wasn't this season. I'll come to it. Actually, it was a little later, wasn't it? This
No,
was
no,
the
no. It
first.
is this year where basically we had these negotiations that were very fraught with the Dutch, and like Natalie suggested, you like support something into Ceylon, and we said, yeah, sure. And somewhere down the line, she said, okay, you don't, you know what? I don't need this support. Supported England in, and they stabbed us anyway.
Yeah. So I was saying I don't need the support because I don't. I had 2 units, but the point then I realized was that um, I needed you not to support England. So I remember quite late in the press, like saying, like, "Are you supporting England in?" And then Portugal would not respond to me, and that was indicative.
It was indicative, yes, but we had very solid reasons. The reason being, I was trying to genuinely convince that Indian Ocean Fleet to move into Sumatra area or something, because we are still at war on that front. I did not want to telegraph our moves of that region anywhere. So I felt like it is like, even though you are asking us for like a very reasonable reason, it was
I
always in a disadvantage to tell you that yes, this fleet is caught up doing this support.
the
I think the
the
support was absolutely a bad idea, but I don't think we could have told you about it after we've decided.
the reason I'm saying it was indicative, it is for all of these reasons, right, that you didn't. But the position that I was trying to create was one where we were genuinely at peace so that I could then actually deal with Ayutthaya and you could actually deal with England. And it was indicative more in the sense of you, well, of Portugal rather than you specifically, right? Not actually wanting peace, because otherwise you would have been clear that you're not attacking Sumatra, that you're supporting me into Ceylon. And I do want to be very clear that I was fully willing to make overall peace with Portugal, and I would probably have liked to negotiate some kind of, I don't know, we help you fight Mapuche, we get something like Flores back, but I recognize that would not happen. Um, but overall, I just kind of wanted to fight Ayutthaya. And yeah, when I say it was indicative that you wouldn't support me into Ceylon, it was more that it was evident you weren't making peace.
From our point of view, it is that like we've already gone back and forth on this a lot, that you saw us as an unreliable ally and we saw you as an unreliable ally. So anything you were promising was already suspect in the first place. At the same time, I don't think we ever had like a proper let us have peace in Indonesia at all. We had good relations in South America. We had discussions about Ceylon. But there was never a point where we could sit down and say, you know what, let's not have a fight over these dots anymore. They don't matter. So because that peace never was broached properly, whether it was broached and I just never realized it never happened, and then I made other plans with Ayutthaya that let's collapse on the Dutch. It just was never a scenario where, yeah, let's go after Mapuche.
I don't know. I don't think the actual suggestion was made for Mapuche, right? I do want to clarify, but I remember having a discussion with, I think it was Supon, about making peace in Indonesia. And I think that's why as well you have the little bit later, which I don't know how genuine it was, but you have it was Supon and it was South American governor apologizing for how things went down.
That's fair. There are so essentially in India, if you look at the moves, the we are trying to make our way towards the Mughals. We have tried to attack the Mughals right now, and I think like England just walks into one of our dots. Zoom in a little bit.
Yeah. So I'd say we look at the Inuit moves then. This was all pretty standard. I saw myself into Aomori. Was talk that with Tokugawa. This was all said. Tokugawa going to Koyax was not planned. Qing stabbing me for Yakutsk was also not planned because, like, I was even supporting you into Bratsk. Why did you send me here?
So I think this is the first and probably the only time where one I am well, okay. We should go back to spring, but essentially, I didn't know about your features in spring, and it wasn't exactly what you claimed you were going to do in spring. So you said you were going to you claimed that you were going to go into Edo, and you did not go into Edo in spring.
I went
You
there.
also didn't, or rather, you see, oh, you did. So is it that you didn't support you? Because I remember not expecting you being supported by Spain into that. I think it was something along the lines of your fleet moves didn't match what you told me. And at that point of time, I was paranoid that you might have talked with Tokugawa into some sort of reconciliation. So that paranoia is running at the back of my mind. The other thing is that I'm starting to realize that once I get Aomori or something, or once I get one of the Tokudots, I don't have much use of expand. I remember talking to you about possible convoys into other places where we build a colony together. I think there is merit in thinking about the alliance like that. I think there's merit in thinking about it that way. But it's a lot more slower. I will say that it's a much slower way of expanding. This is also the first, in fact, this year and the next. This is like the only time. The Union staff is basically the only time I think I'm influenced by a spec, who basically is like, anyway, it's a corner power. The minute they get bills, they're going to build armies, and they're going to try. They're going to be to keep the North guarded. It's better to stab the Inuit here. So I dot Inuit in Yakutsk, maintaining a +3 record. I go +3 5 years in a row or something, I think. Now, was it a good stab? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I do think that I did envision my alliance with Inuit as such that we build a colony together. I will say that by ImpDip standards, it's really slower. Who would we go against to fight and build a colony together? Probably Mapuche. If not Mapuche, we would probably do something like South Africa and go and fight Congo or something. but it would be a really slow thing. And I don't know how successful that project.
I mean, if we do mass convoys, it is like very doable, in my opinion.
Mass convoys could work. Yeah, mass convoys could work. I did like that idea. Like I said, I think until this exact scene, I did not think about stabbing Inuit at all. But then I was like, I don't know if I can fleet movements, and he did lie to me about the Philippine Sea route. So let's start him. And I do that. I'm not sure. I think the so the dot in Yakutsk sort of gives me a dot, but there could have been a better attack at just going Evans and FedEx in spring and just like go for 2 dots and see where it takes me.
Yes.
Regardless, like it's a dot that I need because like again, I think I said this at the start of the stream, but Qing has a tough time getting to VSCC. Just thinking about it, like your starting dots is 8. Like that is your neutrals. The neutrals you can get you to 8. You have 2 more dots in Korea that gets you to 10. Japan has 5. The Russia Siberia has 4. Inuit Siberia has 4. That's 4, 13. That's still 23. You're still 9 dots away from VSCC at 6. And I haven't even talked about how annoying it is to go Ming. So Qing has this problem of reaching VSCC. Yeah, you were saying?
The thing is, the 4 dot in like Siberia, or in this case 5, is like really like you are never going to be able to convoy over to North America. This is like almost impossible. So
yeah.
Much safer bet would have just been found a new colony with me. This is what I would have done if I were Jim.
Yeah, I mean it worked out. It did work out to be the end, but tough decision because, as I said, I for the longest time did have the same view as you did, which is that Inuit works great as a convoy. Like, so you basically need a fleet power that gets you over to other places and convoys you. And I think Inuit is a good ally that way. There are a few tension points though. So, if you're playing to win and you're seeing me do decent in Asia, you're just gonna stab or just not do whatever I want to do from a perspective. That's number one, right? Like, and the Inuit growth is much slower. Like, if we look at the dots in North America, even how you've been doing in North America, we can clearly see that you weren't able to expand.
You know that the Inuit doesn't just have to Inuit has a lot of options to expand. Like, if we, for example, look at this, and I don't want to spoiler like where in the next few years, but like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, the tension point. I think a Qing Inuit alliance is actually a good alliance for whatever it's worth. I think if played right, you can expand to places you would otherwise never expand to because Inuit acts as your fleet. So Qing gets their armies to play more dots. Inuit doesn't have to worry about Qing taking their dots in Siberia, which means they can just focus on the front altogether. And when Qing and Inuit build fleets together, they can go and take on Indonesia. I think that's a viable path. It's a much slower path, I would say.
I think the most viable path is like where I think my mistake was letting you build too many fleets. You know, like if you would have built more armies instead of fleets, you would be relying on me that I convoy you somewhere, and you can't just use your fleets to like try do stuff that otherwise you wouldn't be able to do without me. So
I
that was probably my
I
mistake.
guess the thing is, I'm not sure about that because thing naturally wants fleets anyway. Like um, it's fine for me to build a fleet, but you want to guide my fleet towards Ming or south, essentially. Because I still
It
need
is
fleets to
fine
be
for you to build fleets, but like not too much. Like I
Mhm.
think the
Like
the
here,
best
I have
limit
four
would be
fleets.
the amount of your fleets is equal to the amount of my armies in Asia.
Okay. I possibly. Um, yeah, it's tough to say because uh, like so Qing will need a bunch of fleets to break through southern China. You need at least 2 to 3 fleets right there, and then you need 2 or 3 fleets to cover your dots in Japan and the Qing area. So,
Mhm.
so I think it's reasonable for Qing to have 5 to 6 fleets, but I do think that you didn't really do anything wrong. I think I just got convinced by a spec here. I don't think dotting you, like, I don't know how much of a difference it makes between me dotting you versus me just working with you. I do think you were unlucky here. Like, it's just a spec convincing me that stabbing you made sense. There's not much you can do. Like, and to be fair, I don't think Inuits investing in their colony in Asia really works out for them. I am like a firm believer of that. I don't think an Inuit trying to build a bunch of armies to get stalemated somewhere in the corner of Asia makes sense. You definitely
Yes.
want more fleet.
Yeah. Inuit is a fleet country.
Yes. Or what are your thoughts? The rest of the chat. Do you think this makes sense? Or
I don't think this was a bad decision because, again, I am not somebody who thinks of the like 5 years down the line, which are your dots to get to the impunity, because way too much changes in the next 2 years with alliances and all. Like, at least with this game, this was a very fickle game, so there was a constant shift of things anyway. So you attacked Inuit, nobody's punishing you right now. What's the problem? Nobody's going to punish you for the next 2 years, honestly. It's not like you have a coalition against you like that Russian unit in, I don't see what the place is above Kabul.
at this point, I'm convinced that I cannot be coalition. Like it is at this point where I'm like, yes, I can stab, I can do whatever I want. I'm pretty sure none of my neighbors will coalition me. Russia, Russia hates my guts, but guess what? All he hates all of his neighbors more than he hates me. I've been mostly honest with Russia, and like I think just like how Poland was honest with the Dutch about taking Bremen, I was honest with Russia that hey, listen, I'm taking Karakorum because you can do nothing about it, and also you're kind of dying, so I don't know, man. And he knows, and Russia is an experienced player, so he knows deep down that it makes every lick of sense for Singh to attack Russia here because he's dying at every front. So Russia is never going to attack me. Ming, as we have talked about, Ming is a very passive player and pretty much does whatever I ask him to do. And he's basically a
I see, I see. So about other moves,
So,
if you look
I
here,
mean,
I'm continuing on fighting England, convoying the second army there. I have no idea what my thought here was. I think I just wanted to please Athapaska to like make him think we're still working together. Oh, yeah, that's about it.
yeah, on Europe and North Africa, I believe Inuit had asked to work against England, and we tried to talk to England and try to see if we could talk without actually like keeping completely off. And yeah, King of Prussia just uses our justification to attack us again. We have lost our Western Africa colony. And if you look at Tangiers, could you just zoom in there a bit?
Yes.
Uh, yeah, Tangiers is now back in Spain. I believe that was a move from Ottomans, where he convinced us that it is actually a good move to let Spain back into Tangiers. I have no idea what he was trying to do, but I think we were at the time a bit too weak. So we just decided, you know what, do it, we will agree. And at the same time, we and Spain were talking and trying to work out something. And we figured it is time to just stop the war. And this is our war de escalation moves. We take Madrid and we are going to keep it so that Spain can't like completely screw us over later. But we leave Gibraltar behind. We take Marrakesh, and I think he takes Tangier back. And we will get a lot of disbands thanks to the recent moves. And we are going to disband in Iberia to just focus elsewhere. Meanwhile, Spain and Ottomans are still continuously fighting. I think like was a period of respite where Ottomans did try and help Spain into Tangier for some reason. But after that, I don't know why they did not continue working together or at least having a peace. And yeah, I do not know enough of Europe, but maybe one of you do, Natalie, maybe.
I can. So England, France is a thing. Has obviously been a thing since right at the start of the game. I've been leaking all of England's plans that they pretend to exist to attack France to France. At one point, they send me a map, and then the GM makes an announcement because I feel like I need to, just as an aside, slightly defend myself that in like the first wave of games, it was quite normal for like other people to leak maps to each other. I know a load of mine did, but evidently that was changed. Anyway, Austria doing quite well. There's like Austria or Ottoman previous animosity, but here it's like they've made up. There's this sort of Austria Poland Ottoman alliance almost going on that's just overtaking the continent. England is doing well enough by virtue of like having good relations with Sweden, and sort of using its extra time currently to just attack me. I don't think they're still at the point now where they haven't quite taken any of my land, but they're very much threatening to, and I think that gives them, because of the EF, they're much more able to attack Inuit as well.
See, I see. All right.
Could you just zoom in just above Kabul? I do want to understand how that happened in winter that five different people just decided to support one specific unit. Or is it three different people? Yeah. What made everybody decide that Yarkland is this big of a threat?
I don't know. I think that what does it mean?
Oh yeah, I convinced Ming to move to Zaisan just so that Russia doesn't move into Zaisan. And except, of course, he doesn't think that Russia will go to Zaisan. But I'm like, listen, you're not growing, and you already have a unit in Uzbekistan. So what I'm gonna do, or what I would suggest you do, is just bounce him in Zaisan so that you can just destroy that unit and then take it next year. And then Ming does exactly what I asked him. I think we have established that he's just an extension of my empire at this point. So this is such a funny. This is so funny. Like, it doesn't even make sense to kill this guy this bad anymore. And it's still killing Russia.
I mean, the best play for Russia would have been just to move Yarkand to Turfan.
Yes, but there's no way he would have considered that. There's no way he would have considered that. Now he could have moved in Tsangpa. He ended up retreating into Tsangpa. And what Ming didn't realize is that because of what he did, Russia was 100% going to spite him.
I think if I had to choose an image to like as an indicative of this game, this would be the screenshot of the video or whatever. This is our game in a nutshell.
Killing Russia. ImpDip.
No,
Dead
not killing Russia. Killing Russia in the stupidest manner possible. Like you never get like a 5 support.
Why did they do that? I don't understand this. Like, okay, Safavitz could have done so much more. Like, he could have just moved his units. He could have just moved his units down, but I guess he wanted to save his stats. Oh,
Interesting.
Yeah, I just wanted to see this image and that's it. We can move on, I guess.
Retreats are not interested.
I don't think the retreats here were a big deal. They are built.
Okay, let's Ching, you want to talk about your builds?
sure thing. So Haishinwai is Haishinwai is mostly because the Tokugawa fleet, of course, and I think building 2 fleets in Pyongyang EC and Tokugawa, Haishinwai makes sense. Tokugawa has a fleet in Orient Sea, so best to guarantee that he has no way of retreating into my territory if possible. Of course, this probably should have been a sign for Inuit that he was going to get stabbed again. There was at least a consideration of getting stabbed again. Think about that, maybe. Chichihar is because I had made up my mind to stab Ming this year. And yeah, so I can't ever build in Shengjing because that gives it away. I can't ever build Pyongyang West Coast because that gives it away too, right? However, Pyongyang EC is a Ming stab. I don't think he realized it, but Pyongyang EC is always a Ming stab because essentially what I was going to do is support into Tsushima so that I have an attack on Kyoto, and then move Hanyang into Yellow Sea and convoy the army into Nanjing. Right, and I was pretty sure that Ming would not bounce in Ming would not bounce in Nanjing because his fleet was going to move down. Like he already told me that he was going to move his fleets down, and I was pretty sure he was going to actually do that. I also, oh yeah, I'm big bad, right? I did not talk to Tokugawa about this kind of earlier. See, I was like, there's no point in me talking to this player who I just stabbed, convincing them to disband a unit that will only annoy me, will make them want to attack me even more. So a lot of times I just did the thing where I would stab someone, then just stop talking to them, and then they would be like, okay, there's no point in keeping this thing to annoy this person. They're going to defend against me, and then they just die. But yeah, there's not much to see in builds. I could have convoyed one of my armies into like Echigo Aomori or something. It wouldn't have made any sense. The extra fleets are so that in case Inuit tries to stab, in case Inuit is threatened, in case I have any other threats east, I'm well defended. And Hanyang is always there for stabbing into Nanjing, Lanzhou, and Peking because Chichihar was always going to go to Hohon, so that was always going to happen. I don't think I think this is the point where Ming, if Ming saw moves correctly, he would have seen them start coming because Pyongyang EC is not a friendly build, even though it looks like it's a friendly build. It's not. Because essentially that is just me saying I'm speeding your Kyoto build. You thought you were gonna get, Kyoto, but no, I'm gonna get Kyoto. But yeah.
Build back of my stuff. I think because of your style, only had. Where do we start? Guys, do we want to end for today and continue tomorrow?
I think this is a good ending point. Yeah.
Yeah, like just after winter is always a great point to end.
All right.
I think this is literally the last phase that I participated in as well. So like it's convenient for me that this is our ending point.
Till tomorrow then.